Going on? What's up? What's up? It is your man, Sean Zittel, holding it down, not from the illustrious, elaborate, high-tech studios in the basement of Las Vegas, but instead, the tri-level. But instead, we're at Disneyland, the Disneyland Hotel and Resort. My family is hitting up the pool and having fun in the Disneyland Resort, but we got Taylor Serrano versus 3 tonight, so we got work to do. We got a round by round to handle tonight. A couple of round by rounds, starting first for the featherweight title between Yamalith Mercado, Ellie Scotney of the UK. But man, let's rock, have some fun until we get closer to main event time and everything. And I'm sure we'll talk a lot of boxing about all the fights going on. Haney and Norman's press conference, Benavidez, tomorrow's fights with Shakur and Zepeda and Berlanga. But what's up? Let's shout out some people in the chat, man. What's up, Marvelous Irv? Thank you for always coming through and supporting. Same to Gustavo Fontalba, 2 of my regulars that are always holding it down for me. Thank you, fellas. Shout out to Lok Tapu, always in the chat as well. Shout out to the land down under Australia. What's up, No Dice? What's up, CG Boxing Bets? What's up, brother? Thank you so much for coming through. Yeah, have a lovely vacation with the fam, Sean. Thank you, Gustavo. I won't be doing too much of that. I got tonight's round by round, and I got tomorrow night's round by round. So won't be getting on too many rides at Disneyland, but we'll see. So yeah, Yamilith Mercado, who I remember having a war with Amanda Serrano a couple years back. I'm trying to remember what card that was. It was definitely a Jake Paul undercard. It might have been one of them Tyron Woodley fights or whatnot, but what's good, FMG Films? What's good, the Mexican Monster? What's up, Star Fox McLeod? Oh, Star Fox McLeod. You obviously, we know who you used in Melee. But shout out to Star Fox McLeod. Final Destination, no items. Does anyone know that reference? Final Destination, no items. But what's up, M. Ray the Boss? Said good channel. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. So yeah, Yamilith Mercado and Ellie Scotney. Make sure my brightness is turned up. Using my sister-in-law's iPad to watch this fight while I do the round by round on my own laptop. So you might be asking yourself, why, Sean? Why should I stay at this round by round? There's so many of them, and so many of them are good options. So why yours? You have no special effects, nothing. Well, it's because how many of the round by rounds are from Disneyland? That is my pitch. It's not superior talent or presentation. It's the gimmick of this round by round is from Disneyland. So there we go. Yeah, Mercado set to defend the title against Ellie Scotney. And we'll see what we get in this fight. Should be a good night of fights. I'm looking forward to Bumgardner. I expect her to win. And I'm looking forward to the Savannah Marshall-Shadeja Green fight. Probably the second most behind the main event. I expect Savannah Marshall to win that fight. But we'll see. Motivation matters. Savannah Marshall has had more opportunity. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I favor Savannah Marshall, but if Shadeja makes a couple adjustments, steps inside, as opposed to trying to pull counter, I said that on Sean's show, then she might be able to win. But we are going in now to round 1 for the featherweight title between Ellie Scotney and Yamilith Mercado. And Scotney starting off on the front foot, so usually fighters from Mexico, you think they're going to be the aggressor, but Scotney is the one with her hands up high, jabbing to the body, trying to lead first against Mercado. And Mercado's first couple of punch attempts, there's not really a lot of snap on them. Not a lot of speed and snap from Yamilith Mercado in round 1 at all. Ellie Scotney, they both open up in the center of the ring. Scotney gets in the left hook. Now Ellie Scotney sweeping a nice right hook to the body, lifts up Mercado's head with a jab 45 seconds into the round. And good, solid first minute of the fight for Ellie Scotney. A little sharper, a little more aggressive. And getting to the body again of Yamilith Mercado. Mercado backing out with her chin up a little bit on the back foot. And Scotney getting off first, a little more accurate to start this fight, and has invested in the body as well a little bit this round. Now they tie up. About 45 seconds left in this opener. Mercado missing a 1-2, lands her left hook, gets countered by a left hook. Now Mercado follows up with a combination. And again, Mercado just not particularly sharp, but it's only round 1. Let's let things play out here. Scotney, just the more accurate fighter in between punches. He's mixing in body shots accurately in this round. There's another right hand to the body by Ellie Scotney. Right hand up top. Doing a good job punching in between Mercado's punches, which aren't particularly sharp and snappy in round 1. 10 seconds left. This is, on my card, going to be a Ellie Scotney round. More accurate, initiated, got off first, and a little bit more snap and steam to her shots in round 1. I got Ellie Scotney 10-9. Even if there's only 60 people in here, let's see. What's up, Sean? Appreciate your work ethic. Thank you, Brandon Bell. I appreciate you coming in, brother. Thank you. Tay-Day is in the house. I feel good about that. Tay-Day, thank you, brother, for always coming in. What happened to motherfucker? Everybody remember motherfucker? That's how he spelt his name. We don't got motherfucker in here anymore. FMG Film says, Sean, your Bill Haney impression on the Porterweight had me. Oh, well, I can't do it right now. I'm in Ellie Scotney. I'm in Lift Mercado mode. I will bring it back, FMG Films, because there's going to be a part in this live where we're cooking on Haney and Norman. And at that moment, I think I could channel the Bill Haney impersonation. Let me get my Gucci shades, right? Because they like to lie about Dev. And let me warm it up there. It was a little warm up. But round 2, after a warm up round where Scotney had the edge, we're in round 2 now. Scotney, in the clinch, gets hit with a right uppercut by Mercado, but worked her left hook in that clinch a little short. Netflix has the same card I do, 10-9 Scotney after that first one. Mercado touching Scotney a little bit more effectively to start round 2. Back comes Scotney with a double jab. Good right hand by Ellie Scotney. Actually took a little slight step back and got full extension on her right hand. Touched that chin of Mercado. Mercado bouncing up and down, standing very erect and upright in her stance, and her chin is up, and Scotney continues to take advantage of that when both fighters are exchanging. Catching Mercado with her chin up. Now Mercado just lets go of whatever she's got, swinging wildly at Scotney, but Scotney's forced to hold. Mercado kind of overwhelming her there with a combination, even if it wasn't super accurate. Minute left in the second round. Mercado eyes wide open, stepping over to her left. Scotney short with a right hand over the top. Tries to touch that body, a little short. Left hook to the body by Ellie Scotney. Scotney touching with the jab, makes Mercado miss wide with a left hook. And again, Mercado's technique not the best in this fight. Little short shots on the inside by Scotney, and then she takes a step out of range. She got the better of that with a little short uppercut on the inside. Now Scotney, who started the fight on the front foot, is moving around the ring now. Touching with left hook to the body. Mercado takes the lead now. 20 seconds left. And Mercado, just with her, she's a little bit bigger than Scotney. And a few times she just let her hands go and made Scotney uncomfortable in spots. But Mercado wasn't particularly effective this round. But she did a better job that round of making Scotney uncomfortable. But I still felt Scotney landed the best shots of the round, for sure. And she landed, the best punch of that round was that right hand. She landed about halfway through. 2-zip. I got 2-zip for the Brit. 20-18, Ellie Scotney. So, Lambert Henry, thank you, my brother, says, I like the way you call the fight. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Marshall Z, good to see you, brother, says, new office. Temporary. The Disney, you see, look at this. Look at this chat. You see the beautiful Disney lights, right? It's cute. Let's take a quick look at the hotel. Why not? We got a little time. We got a little bit of time, don't we? All right. So, got a little Disneyland resort vibes. Hold on. I'm covering the pool, but there's a pool there. Pool and all that. That's where the fam's at. The fam is having fun, and we're having fun too. We might be having more fun with the round by round. I dare say. Peep the Dreamcast fleece. Oh, yeah. All right. Anyway. Round 3, Scotney and Mercado. Let's see if Mercado finds something here. Not like a route is on or anything, but Scotney's just more accurate and has better technique on her punch. Good little left hook by Scotney. Scotney is the fighter landing in between shots early in this fight. And Mercado just isn't sharp, isn't particularly snappy or quick. Now Scotney on the front foot, a little over a minute left in the third round. Another right hand by Ellie Scotney. Just right now, she's just timing Mercado and catching her in the exchanges in between shots. And making Mercado have to think in there about what she wants to do next. Mercado getting hit with a left hook. Doesn't have a great sense of distance. She's the bigger woman, but her distance is thrown off by Scotney, who's just fighting a good fight. Sometimes, right now, Scotney's on the back foot. At times, she's been on the front foot. She's counterpunched on the front foot. Yeah, she's done good. Didn't this girl ice Ramala Ali? I gotta check. Who, Scotney? Might have been. 30 seconds left. Scotney controlling the real estate in the ring. Mercado gets some good shots in the clinch, though. And then a right hand out of the clinch, though, by Ellie Scotney, where she snuck her in the clinch, got leverage on it and everything, and then backed out of that clinch. So even though Scotney's the shorter fighter, she's beating her on the outside, beating her on the inside early. It's not a rout or nothing like that. Mercado's game and letting her hands go, but she's getting hit in between shots, and I think dealing with a little frustration, but Scotney's going to have to hold on to this pace and this effectiveness. I got a 3-0 Ellie Scotney after 3 rounds. Are we in New York City? We are not, Unknown Samurai. I'm in the opposite area. I'm in Los Angeles. I am in Los Angeles. Anaheim, technically. But let's see. Matt Borgeson, thank you, brother, for the super chat, as always, says, hot take, we're going to get a decision, all decisions tonight. That's not a hot take. It's women's boxing. That tends to be the standard fare, right? No offense. But I think that's typically what we get, right? We usually get a fight that goes a distance. Knockouts are rare. I actually think, Matt, there's a chance Serrano can get the Marquez-Pacquiao-esque conclusive stoppage in the third fight. I wouldn't hold my breath for it, but I think that is at play. She's the A side. They got Taylor down to 136 for this fight. And maybe Serrano and her coach make an adjustment in this, what should be the final fight of the trilogy, by game planning for the knockout. And it's almost a lost art. There was an art in boxing to game planning for a knockout and not trying to win a decision, but not doing what Teofimo did in round 1 against George Kambosos, where you just get reckless and try to take someone's head off. But there's a way to train for the knockout intelligently. And I suspect that Team Serrano may have done that for this fight. And if they have, I'm very curious to see if, like Juan Manuel Marquez in that 4th fight with Pacquiao, they've made a slight adjustment to make just that happen. We'll see. It's very rare in women's boxing to do that, but she's had Taylor on her heels against the ropes, so to speak, like in back-to-back fights. So maybe a slight tweak can make those waters even deeper against a Katie Taylor who's 39. Maybe we actually do get a stoppage to conclude this trilogy. I'm almost thinking in the trilogy, we're either going to get Serrano stopping Taylor, Marquez Pacquiao stop. I don't mean by almost decapitating her with a single shot, but I do mean getting a stoppage. And we'll either get that, or this is the fight where Taylor separates herself from Serrano and leaves no doubt when it goes to the cards. I'm kind of feeling like that's the 2 scenarios, but maybe we just get exactly another 10 rounds of it being super close and controversial at the end, and that's just what's going to happen every time these 2 fight. But I suspect tonight, and I'm kind of ignoring this 4th round of Ellie Scotney, who is tagging Yamileth Mercado with a sweeping right hand to the body repeatedly down the stretch of this 4th round. Man, she's laying that right hand to the body good. And a short left hook, 10 seconds left. Back to Taylor Serrano in a second. But I suspect that in this 3rd fight, either Serrano will find the right shot to the body or the head and hurt Taylor to where she can hurt her like she did the first 2 times, but this time hurts her a little worse and actually gets her out of there, gets a stoppage. I think it's either that's going to happen, or Katie Taylor is going to win this time without controversy on the scorecards. So we'll see. Unknown Samurai said, "I'm dumb, Sham. I should have looked on the headset of the bed and would have known you're in California." No, it's all good, man. I don't know. I wasn't familiar with that. That would be a Disneyland tell until I got married. So, Matt, thank you again for the super chat, brother. Said, oh, and DP mentioned Ramallah Ali got a gift decision earlier on. I saw on Twitter when I was driving in from Vegas that people said it was an awful robbery for Ramallah Ali, but she's kind of always been a establishment darling. I remember before her pro debut in Las Vegas, I think she fought on the Haney Linares card. She's always had a push. So, and from that perspective, maybe it's not that surprising she got a gift. So let me get to round 5, and then I got to get to my man Matt Borgeson for sure on the super chat. But we're going to call the action here in the 5th for Ellie Scotney and Yamileth Mercado. And it's Scotney's fight, man. She is invested to the body well. She's been more accurate. She's done maybe what Serrano needs to do in this fight against Katie Taylor, and that fight's going to be fought at a much higher level. But counterpunch on the front foot. Ellie Scotney has boxed in this fight and has backed up on her back foot, but she's outboxed Yamileth Mercado coming forward for about half the fight too, and counterpunched her coming forward. So, and still is doing it in the 5th round. Mercado's punches are just too sloppy. They're not crisp, compact, sharp, snappy, fast. Yeah, we gotta put some users in timeout. I need a mod, chat. I had my guy Titan. I had a guy doing it. I should have just kept him going. What was that Titus Frost? Let me see. Yeah, Scotney's about to pull ahead 5-zip halfway through the fight. Ban the man. Yeah, I'm banning him, Matt. I'm on it. Ugh. Mercado cut above her right eye. And now Scotney coming forward, dig into the body with both hands at her waist, makes Mercado miss. Scotney is in control of this fight, 50-45. Let me get to my man Matt Borgeson super chat said, as long as there's no Reynoso fighters, should be a clean night of boxing. However, decisions tonight have been mega buns on that real shit. Well, Matt, you sound like Shakur talking about Sugar Ray Robinson by using the word buns to describe something. But I always held Canelo's feet to the fire about Benavidez. And when I got into hot water talking about PEDs, I always mentioned Canelo and clenbuterol and all that. But I get it. The green light is out on Canelo and Reynoso, as it should be. I mean, people have been suspicious of Canelo ever since the clenbuterol, and, similar to Pacquiao during his peak run. And no, this isn't a Pacquiao-Floyd thing. Floyd with the illegal IV drink. This leads me to my point. Go ahead and cook Reynoso and Canelo for everybody in their gym continuing to piss hot. But between all the other former steroid dealers in boxing and the fact that they contract so many of the champions in boxing, do we really just think it's just the Reynoso camp? I think that's naive. That doesn't mean I'm asking you not to drag them for pissing hot in that camp every other year, month, whatever. But I'm not going for the okie doke that it's the Reynosos and that's it. I think, look, when we have Canelo Crawford, at the end of the day, you will have one of the most suspicious elite champions in recent memory in Canelo Alvarez fighting Terrence Crawford, who is a sponsor of Victor Conti's snack, and Victor Conti is the biggest known steroid dealer in professional sports history, arguably. So what I'm getting at is whoever the new person we're greenlighting is of the week that pissed hot, whether it was Bumgardner last year, Munguia this year. And by the way, that's terrible what Rodriguez did to Galal Yafai. Galal Yafai will never be the same after that fight. So I'm not sweeping it under the rug, but I'm also not going to pretend that I'm surprised and that I think it's only a Eddie Reynoso camp thing. So I'll leave it at that. But Yamalith Mercado is busting up. She is bleeding badly around her right eye, and Ellie Scotney is just continuing. She's starting to sit down on the right hand even more and more as the fight goes on. Ellie Scotney is getting get back for the UK right now. In men's boxing, it tends not to go well when they're matched against Mexican fighters. But Ellie Scotney right now is fighting a hell of a fight, man. I got her up 6 rounds to nothing. She's beating her on the inside. She's beating her on the outside. She's just been the better fighter all around tonight, Ellie Scotney. But let me get Snack Attack, legal supplement. Marvelous Herb. My boy Tim Bradley had a hilarious line. He said, snack is whack. I was like, wow, he took it back to Nancy Reagan in the 80s about crack. George, thank you for the super chat. Said, which fight on November 22nd is most likely to have an upset? Ooh. We got Benavidez Yard, Bam Puma, Haney Norman. I don't think Haney Norman could qualify as an upset one way or the other, because I think it's a 50-50 fight at the books, literally, Haney and Norman. I think Haney's the slight favorite. I got Norman in that fight, and I definitely want to touch on that fight later on in the stream. But Benavidez Yard, Benavidez is opening the door to possible upsets with the way he keeps ballooning up in weight in between fights. And Benavidez is a guy who loves to train. He loves boxing. So he's not one of these guys putting on weight because it's hard to get him in the gym, but apparently he likes to eat. He's making a lot of money. I don't know what it is, but he is putting on more and more. It's a gradual thing. In between fights, he's putting on more weight than he did the last fight. Last fight, before Morrell, he looked big. He looks bigger now before Yard. And David smokes Anthony Yard, in my opinion. But he opens the door for everyone, not just Anthony Yard, to have a better chance against him. David wants to take Canelo's spot one day, and Canelo has ducked him to this point. Canelo never looks like that in between fights. And Ellie Scotney is still landing her right hand on Yamalith Mercado, by the way. Good left hook to the body. Minute 7 left in the round. And Ellie Scotney is just boxing a hell of a fight. But back to Benavidez. Yeah, he's playing with fire. He's going to beat Yard, in my opinion. But he's playing with fire the older he gets, putting on more and more weight as he makes more and more money as a pro. That could catch up to him at some point. So he's doing Yard a favor a little bit by putting on as much weight as he's put on. I still think he'll, at some point, kind of smoke Anthony Yard. 2 different levels there. No disrespect to Anthony Yard, who I like. And then Sam Noakes, I got to watch my tape on Sam Noakes. And then Puma and Bam, I expect Bam to win. That'd be a huge upset if Puma wins. And I don't know. Bam has to help Puma. He has to have a shitty camp. I don't know. Have his girlfriend distract him, something like that. Because Bam firing on all cylinders is going to handle his business against Puma Martinez. So I guess right now my best answer for your super chat is Yard against Benavidez, because I don't think Haney and Norman's an upset. Bam isn't blowing up in weight like Ben. He's a big boy for the lower weights. For the weights he fights at, he gets big and broad-shouldered and broad-backed when he's in between fights, but he doesn't look soft. He looks solid when he in between fights, Bam Rodriguez. So I'd have to say Benavidez is more likely to cough it up than Bam, because Bam keeps himself in shape. That's why Bam is a pound-for-pound elite, and Benavidez is a guy who I think would have already been on the pound-for-pound top 10 if he had gotten the right fights, but that's a coulda, woulda, if hypothetical. Bam is there. Bam does keep himself in better shape in between fights. And then I have to watch tapes on Noakes, but I think the world of Abdullah Mason's upside, and I'd be shocked if he doesn't become world champion in November 22nd. So even though I think Benavidez smokes Yard, to answer your question, Benavidez Yard, because Haney Norman doesn't qualify as an upset one way or the other, I'm not picking against Bam. And I think Abdullah, I got to watch my tape on Sam Noakes, but I don't see Abdullah Mason not becoming world champion November 22nd. So I guess the answer, it's Benavidez. Shout out to my mother-in-law for this water. All right, back to Ellie Scotney and Yamileth Mercado, and it's more of the same. It's Ellie Scotney punching in between shots, knowing her distance, walking Mercado into right hands as the fight goes on. Before she was leading with right hands, now she's walking her into him, and she's snatching the body in between punches. She's landing her left hook up top in between punches. Again, Mercado from round one has just been too sloppy. Tough Mexican girl. Again, bigger than Ellie Scotney, but standing straight up, winging punches without a lot of speed or snap. And Scotney keeping her hands tucked tighter, her elbows in tighter, her hands up, and she's landing little lead right hands. Sometimes she's putting a little bit of an angle on the right hand into the body. And that short now she got Mercado in the corner, hits her with a combination. She is taking it to the Mexican and winning this fight hands down, pitching a shutout, really, and beating Mercado at all ranges, all styles. Scary, though. Buddy fighting Abdullah Nice. Well, good buddy Taylor, I do got to do my homework on Sam Noakes. I don't want to lie to you. But Abdullah is more likely to lose than Benavidez, in my opinion. I do got to watch some Sam Noakes. Jex D said, hardest working man in the game. Not that hard working. I haven't watched enough Sam Noakes yet, so there's always more work to do. Thank you, brother, for being in. No way Benavidez beats Canelo at 68. Well, it'll never happen at 68. If that fight is going to happen, and I actually think it is, I think it's going to happen at 175 at some point. So we'll see if and when we get there. Man, I gotta be honest though. The fight I'm most excited for on the schedule is Haney and Norman. Haney and Norman. I'm hyped for that fight, man. The build-up already has been dope. Brian Norman's got a good sense of humor, making himself the Black Cornholio. It's a good way to flip it. You know, Haney keeps saying, easy work, I'm going to handicap him, disarm him. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be easy work, win or lose. I'm favoring Norman right now. What's up, Maria C? Kobe Tron says Haney with the bounce back win. This would be Haney's best win to me. Lomachenko was close and controversial, could have went either way. I think if he were to, beat Brian Norman, particularly in convincing fashion, I think that's going to be his finest hour. I get it. Undisputed is undisputed. I don't care if it's Kambosos or whoever. That's a great achievement. And, but I think if he could pull off beating Norman, it's the first fight I'm picking against him. I've always picked Haney. I picked him to beat Lomachenko, picked him to beat Kambosos twice, picked him to beat Ryan, which didn't happen, but he wound up ultimately not getting a loss on his record either. But this is the first time I'm picking against him. So he would be proving a lot in my eyes if he wins this fight. So Yamileth Mercado still trying to load up on certain shots, but getting caught. Getting caught in between trying to load up on her right hand. I think Scotney has been hurting her the last several rounds because the body work, she's mixing everything up. Let's see. Boxing analyst said he went life and death with a featherweight. Norman is a legit welterweight with power. Yeah, and I think Haney is sleeping on the skill set of Brian Norman. And I think they keep saying what did Haney say at the presser today? He has muscles and power and that's it and all. No, he doesn't, man. It reminds me of, I never quite thought that of Arthur Beterbiev, but after Arthur Beterbiev got dropped by Callum Johnson, I kind of underestimated him. I saw Arthur Beterbiev coming out the amateurs when Kovalev was scared to fight him. And I liked Kovalev, and I was like, I'm scared for you, Kovalev. Stay away from him. Let's fight Adonis Stevenson and Andre Ward and stay away from this guy. This guy beat you in the amateurs. I can see why. But then he got dropped by Callum Johnson, and I said, And so I bring up Beterbiev because once he fought Joe Smith and put on an all-time great performance in a 3-round demolition job. Joe Smith is a strong motherfucker. If nothing else, he is extremely strong and heavy-handed. And what Beterbiev proved in that night, for anyone who thought Beterbiev is just a puncher with power, was, no, this is what I'd look like against somebody who really is that guy you're describing. A guy with just punching power and physical strength and toughness. That's Joe Smith Jr. And Joe Smith got a hell of a chin, super strong, and he couldn't do nothing with the punching power of Beterbiev. Beterbiev, that might be his most spectacular performance of his career. And he took a belt off Joe Smith. So I say that long-winded point to bring it back to Brian Norman. If all Brian Norman was muscles and punching power, no, then him and Jin Sasaki would have played Rock'em Sock'em Robots until somebody went down. But Jin Sasaki doesn't have a lot of muscles. But all Jin Sasaki has is power and balls and a left hook. And you saw what that did against a guy who Devin Haney is saying only has those things. And Brian Norman showed you he's a couple of tiers above just a strong come forward fighter with power. That's Jin Sasaki. Brian Norman in the first 45 seconds of that fight made that fight look humiliating, embarrassing. Like Jin Sasaki shouldn't even be in the same ring as him. And after what he did to Jin Sasaki, everybody's talking like Sasaki's a bum. He never proved he was more than a domestic level fighter, but Jin Sasaki was in the top 6 at welterweight and was number 2 with the sanctioned body. Anyways, not just a straight bum. Brian Norman showed you the difference between, if that's all he was, again, him and Sasaki would have been Rock'em Sock'em Robots till somebody went down. But clearly, he showed he's a couple of cuts above a fighter like that. So, but Mercado and Scotney winging their right hands down the stretch. Scotney continuing to hit her with the left hook in between. Another left hook for Ellie Scotney with 40 seconds left. Bloodying and battering Yamileth Mercado. Good body work throughout this fight for Ellie Scotney. Great distance control. She fought a hell of a fight. She switched things up on Mercado. She would take a step out, resume pressure, counterpuncher going forward, backward. She didn't get hit a lot. She swam without getting wet all night long. Ellie Scotney, she boxed a hell of a fight. 10 seconds left, and she's going to walk away with a dominant win over Yamileth Mercado. Good work, Ellie Scotney. Good work by Ellie Scotney. Also, people keep saying Norman is hyped off the Sasaki win like he didn't stop Santillan devastatingly. Dabrowski, good point. And let's not pretend that Santillan was a bump. Santillan was supposed to win that fight. Top Rank set that up for Santillan to win. That's why it was in San Diego as the co-main in Navarrete. Santillan ran through Alexis Rocha, who beat up Blair Cobbs. You know, this is a pecking order of fringe contenders, fringe top 10 guys. And Santillan, in knocking out Rocha, cemented himself as a top 10 welterweight. And I thought Santillan was going to win that fight because I just saw Brian Norman against Quentin Randall not look that good. And I had yet to see Brian deliver on any of that hype coming out of the sparring session with Crawford in 2021, where he apparently did very good. So I was kind of off the Brian Norman train. And then early in that Santillan fight, I was ringside and I was like, oh yeah, I fucked up. That's right. Styles make fights, and Santillan's coming right to Brian Norman as opposed to Quentin Randall. And that's why a lot of people think Haney is going to beat Norman, because people like me are getting too enamored with him, with these great knockouts he's been getting. And they're saying, yeah, but he didn't look all that against Quentin Randall just 2 years ago, because Quentin Randall is a long-range boxer who moved on him, who didn't let him set his feet. But I don't give a fuck who he's been fighting. I just know I've seen him grow. And he was 22 when he fought Quentin Randall. He's 24 now. I see a different fighter, period. And I think he has the hand speed. And now my big question for Norman in this fight, he's got underrated athleticism and speed, so he's been able, against Cuevas, Santillan, and Sasaki, not really athletic guys, Sasaki's explosive, but he's been able to fight in the center of the ring, drop the lead hand, and make adjustments there. Against Haney, if he's behind and getting outboxed by the longer Haney, the more experienced Haney, can he pick his gloves up and close the distance and apply pressure? We haven't really seen that from Brian Norman. There's a chance he won't have to do that. There's a chance that because he's not really that much shorter arm length than Devin, because he's quicker than Devin thinks he may be, that he can make adjustments in the center of the ring against Haney. And another thing I want to address, a lot of people are saying Haney will win the fight. Haney will win the fight because he doesn't give a shit about being exciting. He'll execute exactly what he executed against Ramirez if it gets the W. And my pushback on that is, I don't think the way he fought against Ramirez in the prevent defense, limiting his output, will be enough to beat Brian Norman. I think Brian Norman's got way more juice in him than Jose Ramirez. I think if Haney tries to limit his output and goes into a prevent defense, it won't be enough. It'll fall short. He won't walk out and the new. So I don't agree with that take. I could be wrong, but I don't think him throwing 10 to 20 punches around is going to get him a decision against Norman, who's going to find a way to be more effective than Ramirez was. So because of that, I think that Haney is going to come to let his balls drop, and he's going to come to fight. That's if we get there, because that's not throwing shade, but it's a long way between now and November. And we got to remember the Turkey card in February, Kid Austin fell out of it. Daniel Dubois fell out of it with Joe Parker. By the time we got to fight night, 2 of the main fights had been compromised. So I'm just saying, it is literally a long ass way. That's like Thanksgiving. It's a long fucking ways away. But if we get there, it's the fight I'm looking forward to the most. And I'll give you my early breakdown. I think, and Ellie Scotney wins a very obvious unanimous decision to become the new featherweight champion. She dominated Yamalith Mercado. I think this is my early prognostication on that fight. Haney is going to come to win and to fight and shut people up. And what you're going to get is the Regis Prograis version of Devin Haney at 147 pounds with something to prove. And he's going to be a little longer, maybe a little bigger than Brian Norman. And he's going to get off to a good start, maybe 4-1. I think kind of like the Ryan fight, sans the left hook. He's not going to get buzzed by a left hook in the first 30 seconds. And I think Haney gets off to a good start. I think it's not just he's up 4-1 in the prevent defense. No, I think he's boxing very well in this fight. But Norman has, in my opinion, an underrated IQ, he's experiencing growth in his skill set. So I think his skill set could be a little underrated. His IQ's a little underrated. And the one thing he's showing me that is really making me think he's good is his timing. I think he's got good timing. And so I think Haney up 4-1. One thing I noticed about Norman, his nickname is the Assassin. That's going to be put to the test because an assassin has to have cold blood and has to be composed. And in a situation like Norman might be facing in this fight where he's losing on the cards from a more experienced, superb boxer in Haney, he's got to have that ice in his veins and start to get a beat on Haney, start to time him. And once he finds, because he's accurate with his punch placement, he showed against Sasaki he has a different variety of punch selection, and he's got bricks in his hands. So I think Haney, ahead halfway through, is going to start to get caught, is going to start to get figured out a little bit by Norman, who's going to get a beat on him, his timing, his speed, and his moves. And Norman will start to find the chin. One thing that I didn't like that I saw from Haney against Ramirez, the few times he let his hands go, I felt like his chin was up more than it used to be. Just something I noted in the Ramirez fight. There was a few times he'd pause and fire the right hand, try to do a 2-3 right hand, left hook. And it was a few times in between that hook, that chin was up. And it wasn't up like that before the Ramirez fight. That was just something I think, unless you're really sinking your teeth into X's and O's, that was kind of glossed over as everyone just talked about the movement. And if Haney brings that flaw into this fight, it will be detrimental. It will be a problem. And so what I'm saying is I think Norman stops Haney in the second half of a fight where Haney fights very well in the first half. Isn't just up on the cards, but is boxing and fighting well. And I think Norman stays composed, keeps that ice in his veins. I think Brian Norman Sr. is getting tight in the corner. He wants to see that momentum shift sooner than later. I think Norman, once he times Devin with the first real hook or the first real right hand, that's where the momentum starts to change. And I think he hurts Haney repeatedly, and at that point makes Bill have to make a decision, because I think Haney will struggle to adjust once the fight swings the other way. And maybe Norman wins a decision, drops Haney once, or maybe he once he figures Devin out in the second half, it gets real bad real fast, and Haney struggles with the punch resistance against the power, and he gets stopped. So I'm seeing that kind of fight. Haney with something to prove, boxing extremely well, winning the fight halfway through, and then Norman impressing people with his adjustments and his IQ and his composure, and then in the end his timing and his power. So I can't wait for that fight, as you could tell. Can't wait for it. And Big Tank, I know Big Tank, Devin's bodyguard, he will not be available on fight night. It will just be Brian and Devin. So we'll see what happens. If both fighters are at their best, Haney outboxes dude, says Kobe Tron. I don't know about that. Again, Haney, even against smaller, older fighters than Norman, where he has a significant size advantage, they still find him with left. He's not Floyd. He gets hit. Linares found him. Diaz found him. Kambosos touched him a couple of times in the rematch. Didn't touch him in the first fight. And maybe to your point, Kobe Tron, he's going to, really get back to his jab, really be first with the jab, have those turning Brian Norman, making Norman pick his feet up. Norman does have little bouts of fatigue. And, he replenishes and comes back. But even against Sasaki, right before he knocked him out, the round before, his pace came down a little bit, because that was him going through his first bout of fatigue. If Haney could outbox him, no doubt about it. And if Haney does it, I think it's going to be his finest moment as a pro. But I'm leaning towards Norman. So, thoughts on the Gervonta Davis situation, Swavey? I will get right to you in one moment. I will get right to that. I got to get to a super chat by my man Matt Borgenson. What's up, PD? Said, what's good, Sean? Happy Friday, brother. Happy Friday to you too, man. Dogface said, Sean is the people's chance. Thank you, people's champ. Thank you, brother. Good buddy Taylor says, blowout win, bad matchup. In reference to what? I'm curious which one you're referencing to. But Matt says, personally for me, I believe Norman might get him out of there within the first or second round. A bit of deja vu will happen where Devin is hurt in the first round. Ooh, interesting. I don't think so. I think Garcia has the kind of hand speed, and I think Haney came in looking for a stop. We know that, right? Bill, I'm sending Devin in to kill and all that stuff. And Haney seemed to be looking for a stoppage against Garcia heading into that fight. I think he thinks he was getting Garcia not all the way there in the head. He was trying to get a lick on Ryan Garcia. And I think Garcia's hand speed is one of the best in the sport. He ain't as good as Brian Norman. Brian Norman beats Ryan Garcia head to head, but Brian Norman isn't gifted with the level of hand speed Ryan Garcia is. And Garcia had the element of surprise on his side. He had an over-aggressive Haney who had a poor game plan that night in retrospect, and a Haney that maybe was underestimating him, thinking he's a head case doing drugs. So he got his ass caught in that first round with the left hook. I think round one, he's going to be switched on, Matt, and he'll be wary of a moment like that. And I think he'll be fighting behind the jab, and I think he'll be looking to be very clinical with that right hand. He's going to use his length advantage, his experience, his lateral movement, his jab, and then eventually lower that right hand and throw it with some real intention like he did against Prograis. And I think he's going to land it against Brian Norman, and he's going to probably make that knee buckle and, give him a little stanky leg. But the way I visualize it, and my mind could change in the next several months, is Norman will get past that hurdle in the first half of the fight, and then when it's his turn, when the timing catches up to the slight speed advantage of Haney and the slight foot speed advantage of Haney, and once Norman's timing can catch up to that speed, it's going to be harder for Haney to absorb his moments. Like Norman, I think, will be able to absorb Haney's moments in the first half. But we'll see. I can't wait. It's the fight I'm most interested by on the schedule, more than Canelo Crawford. Baby Marie said, Sean, that was the worst take I have ever heard you give. Which one was that? Was it Norman beating Haney is the worst take? I think I've had worse takes than that. Sean, you've been smoking always, but not today for this live. But yeah, always. So back to Gervonta. Someone asked about good buddy Taylor said he won't catch up. I could see that. I could see Haney will put him in the hole, and that'll be that, right? He'll play. He'll build a lead, play from in front. Norman, I think you would agree, good buddy Taylor will have moments and muster something, have moments where the Norman supporters feel like, there we go, but not quite. And Haney will walk out of there and the new with a decisive decision victory. I know what you're envisioning. We'll see. But back to Gervonta, I think that water is wet, the sky is blue during the daytime, and that there's no fucking excuse for putting your hands on a woman unless said woman is threatening the life of your family member, your wife or your children. And yeah, if a girl is about to kill your wife, you might have to punch her in the face. Yes, okay, barring exceptional circumstances, you are not supposed to put your hands on a woman as a man. That's bitch shit. I'm not calling Gervonta Davis a bitch, but that is bitch shit to put your hands on a woman. And if your defense is, she's fucking crazy, she's trying to extort me for money, she wants more child support, she antagonizes me on purpose with the hopes that I slap her so then I can go to jail and she can get the money she's trying to get at me. Okay, but who impregnated her? You did. Who said you had to choose that type of partner to have that kind of a toxic relationship with? Shit happens, I know, but that's on you as an adult. And I say this as someone that I used to have to grow up watching my mom get beat up by a stepdad. So yeah, I can't stand domestic abuse against women. But I didn't say anything when Dmitry Bivol did it. I didn't say anything when Sergey Kovalev did it. I didn't say anything when Jermell Charlo did it. And Charlo, I think what's gross about Charlo is we heard him bragging about beating up his girl. It's disgusting and very disappointing. I like Jermell Charlo as a fighter. I think he's a badass 154 throughout his career. But that's bitch shit. It's disgusting. And I'm like, what do you want me to say? You need me to tell you that hitting women is wrong? Of course, we all know that. That kind of like with the Reynoso PEDs thing. Like, yeah, water is wet, and Reynoso's camp getting busted for steroids is disgusting. But the truth is, man, when I think about it, it's so funny. My wife last night on the couch when we're watching the Shiraz Berlanga presser, she goes, I get domestic violence vibes from a lot of fighters. She said that. Next morning, the Tank mug shots up. So let's go through it, man. Sugar Ray Robinson had a problem hitting his wife. The GOAT, loved Sugar Ray Robinson. He used to beat up, I think it's something May, not Annie Mae. It was like Ella Mae Robinson, his wife. His son talked about it on the HBO doc. Floyd put his hands on women. Roger put his hands on women. Bivol allegedly did it. Kovalev sent a girl to the hospital. So many, like, I'm missing off the top of my head. The late great Arturo Gatti, my paisan. A lot of people think that girl had him set up, right? In Venezuela, he also used to beat the hell out of the girl, reportedly. So, fighters of all backgrounds, right? Latino, white, black, have had a problem. A lot of fighters had a problem keeping their hands to themselves with women. It's bitch shit. It don't matter how good you fight. It don't matter if you could beat someone like me up. You don't do that. It's against the code. And Gervonta, I'm not trying to dogpile on a man and kick him when he's down and all those kinds of things. But this was one of the times I saw it and I'm like, bro, just get better. Just, get better, man. I don't want to see you caught up in that stuff. I don't take joy out of now we get to cook Gervonta for being a girl beater. Like, I don't want to see that type of shit happen. So, man, all these guys in the 4 or 5 Kings things, they just keep messing up. And like Shakur in this fight, and remember Shakur was caught on tape hitting a girl. Didn't Devin just recently get reported on TMZ with some of the same stuff, right? And so Tank ain't the first one. He's not. Mike Tyson, right? What was the best punch? Someone answer me this in the chat. What did Mike Tyson say was the best punch he landed in his career, in his life? That it was a slap against Robin Givens. She hit every corner in the wall, right? So Tank's the latest to do it. It's disgusting. I don't think you need me to tell you that. It's disgusting. It's wrong. And Tank is another example of those 4 or 5 kings we hoped we were, showing that they're the 4 or 5 kids because they keep making immature mistakes. And instead of becoming the 4 or 5 kings that we tried to compare them to, and really we were hoping, it was a hope. They're just as much, I've said this on a couple of streams, acting like the kids. And Shakur, man, if ever a pair of guys, Shakur Stevenson and Edgar Berlanga, both who I'm on the record as picking tomorrow night, we're begging to be a potential when shit talking goes wrong candidates, it's those two. I mean, they have given social media the perfect script, the perfect receipts to pull from if they both bomb tomorrow night. And it almost feels like, because Shakur and Berlanga, they sang R&B songs together. They came up in the amateurs together. They're from Jersey and Brooklyn, headlining in New York in the 5 boroughs. And they're crashing out on Ray Robinson, Oscar De La Hoya, crashing out on legends. My wife said Edgar Berlanga rage baited himself yesterday. He meant to troll Oscar, and by the end of his troll job, he was upset. He was angry and rattled. Not Oscar. His voice was breaking. Fuck you, Oscar, and all that. And Oscar's just like, yeah, I'll wear the pink panties. You've never won a world title. Like, Oscar held his own and got the better of that. So, yeah, I even took some notes. about Shakur and Berlanga. Let's go through them, right? Because this was going to be a video, and instead I will just, this messy. I want to talk about boxing. What would you? I mean, let's get back to the fights. About, I don't know. People ask me about the Tank stuff. Everyone's talking about it, so I'm going to address it, and then we'll, are you going to call the fight? Or what we're going to call the fight? There's no fight to call yet. So calm down. Shadeja Green and Savannah Marshall set to come to the ring. But, are Shakur and Berlanga going to make it hot in the ring, or are they full of hot air? Have we made too many excuses for Shakur? Well, it's because he needs... because I said it too. Well, let's get the Zepeda fight, because the Zepeda fight's going to bring the best out of him. He needs a guy that's going to bring the best out of him. Well, if you need a certain style to look good, then maybe you're not that. You're not the great fighter that you're telling everyone you are, that you believe you are. If you can only do it against certain styles, are we making too many excuses, for that kind of thing? And then, is this just going to be the latest example, Berlanga and Shakur, of American fighters that aren't as good as they think they are, and a symptom of why American boxing has continued to fall and is now a Saudi sheik's plaything, a play toy? And, they better deliver, because if they lose, they know what's waiting for them. And I want to give a credit to both of them for raising the stakes in their fight. They've raised the stakes in both of their fight. Ali used to talk about putting himself on the spot. And that's what Berlanga and Shakur have done. And even if they wind up losing, credit to them for raising the stakes and putting themselves on the spot. And if they lose, I'm not going to be one of the people making the memes and doing all that bullshit. But that is what's waiting for them. And, if they don't back up everything they've said. I even thought it was funny that Edgar Berlanga kept talking about Jesus is king, and then suck my dick and fuck you and da-da-da-da-da. And then it's because I'm a Christian. I'm not, I'm with Edgar, but point to Shiraz. Shiraz is saying inshallah and then being super humble and backing up his faith, like actually representing it well. Berlanga didn't, but so point to Shiraz. And then with Shakur, man, he brought out the Mexican belt and talked about stepping on Zepeda. He did the step. Guys, I just saw this 6 weeks ago. The last time I saw someone talking about stepping on an underdog Mexican was Caleb Plant, and that didn't go well against Armando Resendiz. So we'll see. And then Oscar even had a guy walk up on Berlanga and say his jewelry was fake. So what I'm getting at, and it's funny because this is all feeling WWE-ish, and that's the people who are trying to assume control of the sport with Turkey. So just a few notes I had. Yeah, we'll see. So basically, they've put themselves on the spot, and if they fumble tomorrow night, they're going to be the latest example of what's going on with American boxing right now, and they will have set themselves up beautifully for ridicule, which it is what it is on that front. But we'll see what we get. I feel like they've both done a lot of foreshadowing to show they're going to drop the ball and lose, but I got to stick with my pick. But I'm seeing there's always foreshadowing heading into fights, and a lot of their foreshadowing isn't good. Heading into it, it's a lot of stuff that's begging to age like milk. Doesn't mean it will. So we'll see Saturday night. Plant isn't Shakur. Let's not do that. No, I know he's not. But I could also throw back at you that Zepeda is much more highly regarded than Resendez. Resendez wasn't even a top 15, top 10 super middleweight. He wasn't even a super middleweight, period. He had lost to Elijah Garcia at 160, a fringe top 10-ish, 15-ish guy. And then, so, yeah, Plant isn't as accomplished as Shakur, but Resendez isn't as accomplished as Zepeda. So, we'll see. Matt Borgeson said, thank you for the super chat, said, never ever insult a Mexican's mother. I've heard that before. I heard that's part of the special venom Oscar had for Mayorga was because of that. He talks shit about Zepeda's mom. He's going to pay for that. I didn't hear him talk shit about Zepeda's mom, but yeah, he's given Zepeda tons of motivation. Zepeda's just doing the quiet, like, okay, we'll see. So we'll see. Matt Borgeson says, I think the question we have is Tank Shakur a done story that'll probably never happen at that point? What legacy does Shakur build without that? Ooh, it's a good one. And Matt Borgeson also said Zepeda is as good as Maidana, in my opinion. He's not as heavy-handed as Maidana, and I don't think he's as durable as Maidana. Maidana would get dropped sometimes, but Zepeda, I think he's been down against Farmer. He's been down against lesser fighters fighting in Mexico. I actually think that's a big problem for Zepeda in this fight, is that even though he's an all-pressure Mexican fighter with a bunch of punch output, he doesn't really take the best shot, and that he's gonna have to take shots to win this fight. I think that could be an issue, but so now we're moving on to the fights. Savannah Marshall, Shadasia Green. Yeah, but he did get up. No, he got up and Juan Manuel Marquez style and stopped him, but it'll be harder to do that against Shakur. So Savannah Marshall. I feel like Savannah Marshall is giving Clarissa. So I got Marshall winning this fight because Shadasia, when I've watched her in the past, she's a pull counter artist. She likes to drop the lead hand and pull counter. Use her upper body movement off making you miss, and then boom, pulling her weight into the counter. If she tries to do that against Savannah, I want to see an adjustment from Shadasia in this fight. I want to see her rip on the inside. And Savannah, even though she's tall, she may give her an opportunity to do that, an opportunity to slide in there and do it, because Savannah likes to apply pressure. She switches her styles up. She's tall, she can move, and has power, Marshall. Let's see who we get in this fight. This is a good matchup right here. Shadasia Green, who never quite got that Clarissa Shields opportunity, against Savannah Marshall, who gave us the most exciting fights of Shields' career. Here we go. Round one. Savannah with that fury, influence, feigning, going with the jab, and Marshall lands a little bit of a right hand in between shots. Shadasia coming out composed, feet settled, lead hand low, and Shadasia snapping the jab out with more snap on it right now. Now they get into it on the inside. Shadasia working on the inside, not making that silent agreement. Two pieces to the body consecutively there by Shadasia Green. Marshall with a good lead, touching with a jab, drawing out the counter of Green, and then punctuating the exchange with the left hook and the sweeping right hand of the body. They trade right hands. Shadasia Green punching with bad intentions, both a little bit off the mark there. Into the first minute of this fight. Marshall flicking out her jab at long range. Oh, they trade right hands, and Marshall gets in, and she turns Shadeja. Good chin by Shadeja Green, but Marshall loading up on that right hand, and they're both taking a gamble when they let. Oh, good right hand by Shadeja Green over the top on Savannah Marshall. Now Shadeja lands her jab, bounces to her left, resets to her right, picks both gloves up. Jab to the body by Savannah Marshall, falls short. Marshall falls short with a lead right hand. Shadeja, the snappier puncher, the closing the fist a little bit more, sitting down on the shot a little bit more. Marshall taking something off, trying to set up something hard. Marshall making Green fall short. Green, though, like I worried about for her in this fight, is staying on the back foot, and she's doing it against a taller fighter coming forward. We'll see a good right hand lands again for Marshall. Marshall keeping that right hand, getting full extension of it, and then getting her head off the line to the left a little bit a few times this round. Good competitive round. Good competitive round, but again, Shadeja on the back foot in a close round like that, that's how you lose close rounds if you're Shadeja Green. So she did some good work in the clinch, but I think Savannah, they gambled a couple times and let their right hands go, and I felt Savannah's got home a little bit better. Matt Borgeson exactly says, activity, Sean. She isn't active enough, Shadeja Green. She wants to counter but doesn't set it up. And that's what I said before the fight. She likes to sit back and wants to counterpunch something. But against the long arms of Marshall, who knows how to keep you at the end of the shot, that's not going to be easy to do. I think Shadeja is the snappier puncher. She needs to step in. She needs to find that step inside and rip. Because if she stays on the outside against Marshall all night, I don't know if she's ever going to find the opening she wants. Lil RPG, I do have a mod, but it's my wife and she's at the pool right now. So, all right, round 2. This should be a good fight throughout, an interesting fight throughout. Both fighters starting with their jab. Green, though, on the back foot. Nice jab to the body by Green. Marshall still keeping her distance, not falling in. Marshall lands her jab, but eats a right hand. They work in the clinch. Both getting work done in the clinch. Both strong women on the inside in the clinch. They shove off. Thomas Taylor tells them keep it clean. And again, Marshall changing speeds on her shots. Shadeja more sharp, punch for punch, but Marshall will flick out, and then try to sit down on something. Marshall with that hand low, blocks the left hook, keeps that lead hand low, but that right hand at home and blocks the left hook of Green. Now they tie up in the clinch again. Not a lot to choose from in the first minute of round 2. Marshall coming forward, though. Gets a sweeping right hand to the body off those touch jabs up top, and Shadeja just clinches. No response there in that sequence by Green. Turns Marshall. Marshall frustrated, looking at Thomas Taylor. And Taylor now warns Green for a little bit of excessive holding in round 2. Not fighting out of the clinch upon the ref's instructions. They go back. Center of the ring, Marshall slips a couple jabs, tries to load up on a hook, but Green defensively responsible. They exchange. Marshall gets in a left hook to the body. Marshall doing a good job keeping her right hand at home. Good double jab by Shadeja. That first one finding the home, second one off the mark. Shadeja wants that pull right hand over the top. Marshall just, tucked that chin enough, didn't get hit by it, gets into the clinch. Not a lot to choose from in round 2. Good jab lands for Savannah Marshall. And they get into the clinch again. 10 seconds left. Marshall complaining to the referee again about the clinching from Green, but both fighters tying up there. Green taking a couple of deep breaths. Not a very beautiful round 2. Nip and tuck. Some clinching by Green, getting warned. Good left hook to the body by Marshall. Finishing round 10 with a combination and finishing the round, getting off first on the front foot. 2-0 Savannah Marshall. Yeah, Savannah's body work is underrated. Savannah's crafty, man. She doesn't fall in. She keeps you on the end of her shot. But when she does get in the kitchen, she's strong and a good body puncher. She does a good job lead hand low and probing and flicking the jab out. And then you don't know what she's going to do off that. She'll throw a body shot. She'll throw the right hand. And while she's loosey-goose, a little bit of that fury influence with the lead hand real low, but the right hand staying home pretty disciplined. So Again, I think if Shadeja makes an adjustment to close the gap a little bit, and it's not like you're closing the gap against a back foot fighter. Marshall wants to apply pressure, so find that right moment whenever it is to step in while she's trying to cut you off. Say, okay, you're stepping now. I'll step in and we're close, and I'm gonna rip. But easier said than done. Round 3, here we go. Marshall missing with a 1-2, but Marshall, even when missing, dictating the pace, dictating the range, getting off first. So Shadeja waits way too much, says produced by Watt. That's why I picked against her in this fight, was exactly that. She waits on to counterpunch, and Marshall isn't. You're gonna have to be lead and punctuate. Marshall getting off first at long range. Shadeja keeping her feet set in the center of the ring. Good pull right hand by Shadeja. Shadeja did get in that right hand there, but she's waiting on it and allowing Marshall to get off first and work her hands. Now Shadeja punches out of the clinch effectively, sweeps a right hand. Shadeja picking up her intensity a little bit midway through the third. Marshall ties her up. They both work in the clinch. Shadeja with a lead left hook out of the shoulder roll stance, and she landed it. Marshall tries to get her get back, not quite finding the home. Thomas Taylor breaks him apart. Sloppy work on the inside by both. Green getting off on the inside. Marshall just pushing her off. Misses her right hand. Better round right now for Shadeja Green than might be winning this round. Marshall looks a little tired herself, taking some deep breaths. Hasn't been accurate this round. Marshall jabs to the body. 1-2 up top. Shadeja, though, catches and counters with a nice left hook in between shots. That was a good catch and shoot left hook by Shadeja Green right there. Marshall mauling her along the ropes, leaning on her. Combination by Savannah, but not a lot of snap, and it's caught on the gloves by Shadeja Green. But Marshall getting off in combination. Shadeja not countering, not firing, having to take a deep breath. But I think Shadeja may have won that round. Close round. Maybe I'm doing a bit of a comparison round where because Shadeja came closer to winning, but I gave that round to Green. I thought Marshall was inefficient that round. Not particularly sharp. I don't think she got a whole lot of good work done, and I actually think Green landed some of her best punches so far. I got a 29-28 for Savannah Marshall. Green doing some nice work this round, says Knockout Media TV. I agree. I gave her that round. Thought her work was a little cleaner. Yep. Interesting fight. Interesting fight early on. Not a barn burner or nothing like that, but interesting fight. And Marshall looked a little tired at the end. Both fighters look a little breathing a little heavy only fighting 6 minutes so far. But round 4, Marshall getting off first, touching Green behind the jab. Green comes back with a good one too, and a left hook. Some of those shots being partially blocked by Marshall, but also some accurate placement there by Green. Green getting her left, blocking the left hook twice, fires to the body on the inside. Good body work there by Shadeja Green, and that's what she has to do. When Marshall gives up her height in an attempt to apply the pressure and the volume, Green has to say, "Oh, you just fucked up. You stepped inside." Bam, 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 bam. That's where I do my work. So I think that's what Green has to do. Green with the cleaner work in the first 30 seconds of this round. Marshall, not a lot of snap on some of these shots, pushing some of these punches. Marshall getting off first, but inaccurate. Green is starting to see the punches coming. Gonna have to fire off more, though, to Green. Not just enough to make her miss. Marshall mauling her along the ropes, trying to be tough. Marshall taking deep breaths. Green is gonna take a point away, get a point taken away from Thomas Taylor. I think that comes at an ugly time by Thomas Taylor. I think Marshall was mauling Green along the ropes in that particular sequence. But so a point deduction for Shadeja Green. Shadeja misses the right hand. Marshall gets underneath it. Green trying to pull the right hand over the jab, misses it. They trade jabs. Marshall coming forward, applying pressure. She ties Green up. Right uppercut on the inside by Savannah Marshall. Didn't get great leverage on it, but landed it. And a lot of mauling this round by Savannah Marshall. And both fighters not accurate. letting their punches go. Now they clinch. Green trying to get to the body, but Marshall smothers her along the ropes. And Green's probably looking at Taylor like, how about you warn her now? Green drops the lead hand. Nice double jab by Shadeja Green. Big right hand by Savannah Marshall. And she makes a face at Green like, I got you. I'm punching hard. And that was a nice anchor. That sealed the round for Marshall. That's a 10-8 round for Savannah Marshall. That's a 10-8 round. 39-36 for Savannah Marshall because that's a 2-point round. Marshall didn't throw the straight right hand. She looped it a little bit. Boom, anchor punch over the top of Shadeja's lazy left. Shadeja just popped a nice double jab from the hip. So she tries to shoot it again. Boom, gets caught with that right hand. Not good work by Thomas Taylor that round. Shouldn't have been a point deduction that round. But 10-8 round for Savannah, and Shadeja breathing heavy in the corner. 39-36 Savannah. So there was some holding, but it didn't seem excessive enough to take a point. I agree, JT. I didn't think that was fair. But life ain't fair sometimes. Yeah, Maria saying, whoa, that was for nothing. Well, I mean, in that round, it was Savannah mauling her a lot more than the other way around, but it is what it is. Round 5. And let's see if that wakes Green up. And Green gotta show, you could see the ability that Green, if she turned it up a little bit, could make it happen. We'll see. Good jab lands by Green. Marshall stepping over to her left, stepping over to her right. Double jab by Marshall, just busier and getting off first, even when she's just poking and prodding. Green, nice right hand. Oh, she hurt Savannah Marshall. Marshall hurt on the right hand. A big straight right hand by Shadeja Green, and Marshall's hurt along the ropes. Marshall is hurt along the ropes. She's holding on and doesn't look good. Now she lands a right hand off the ropes, does Marshall. Still clinching. So her leg's not underneath her. Shadeja has to explode here with something, find something. Minute left in the round. That was a right hand that hurt Savannah Marshall. Center of the ring. Green looking for the right hand again. Marshall still weary. Moving her head, blocking. On the ropes again. Ties Shadeja Green up. They trade right hands. Marshall gets the right hand in. Green eats it. No problem. Marshall flails to the body and clinches Shadeja Green again. Now Taylor needs to warn Marshall, but he's not. Marshall, arm weary, punching to the body off the left hook to the head, but no snap. Green picks her hands up. She's looking for the perfect straight right hand for Shadeja Green. Marshall clinches on the ropes again. Green has to fire, lead to the body here. No, Green not ripping on the inside. Tries to. Marshall smothers her. Marshall trying to get the right uppercut in with her back against the ropes. This is going to do it for the 5th round. Marshall never fully recovered her legs. She's still hurt and eats a right hand at the bell that lifts her head up. Marshall looks cooked. 48-46 for Savannah Marshall, but Shadeja had her out on her feet almost. Had her badly. Her legs were not underneath her for the rest of the round. Marshall is a game, tough Brit, trying to regain her composure in the corner, but her recovery skills weren't good in that round. So let's see what it was. Green, see, it didn't even full in real time. It looked like Marshall's shoulder might have caught it, but Shadeja eats a left hook on the inside, rolls, lands a left hook, and then really leverages that. Oh no, that's another right hand later in the round, but Shadeja found that pull counter right hand. That's what she's looking for, and Marshall getting off, giving her enough punching opportunities to land it. So we said before the fight, Shadeja, that fights could get away from her waiting on the pull right hand, but that's what hurt Savannah Marshall, was her bread and butter. Round 6, here we go. Marshall trying to regain her livelihood by feigning and being busy with her probes in her hands. Early in the 6th, Green lands a nice left hook, and now Green is beginning to get her with the punch placement. It's the superior accuracy and technique punch for punch by Shadeja Green. That left hook was placed beautifully a second ago. Marshall is missing. The defense of Green, the shoulder roll of Green, making her miss clean right now. And Green is the more confident, composed, stronger fighter with the legs and her base underneath her. This is Green's moment to make this happen. Nice right hand counter by Green. She made Savannah shoot over the top, made her miss, took a slight pivot to the left, boom, and tagged her with a nice right hand counter. Shadeja now is in her bag. The pull counter game is working. Marshall going to have to think in there and adjust. Nice jab to the body by Shadeja Green. Marshall's got a little bit of a lead to work with, so she's got some time to figure something out here and adjust. But right now it's Shadeja Green with the momentum, doing what she does best. Shoulder roll, shooting the up jab from the hip, and she is in rhythm right now, daring Marshall to give her a counterpunching opportunity. This is going to be another Green round with 30 seconds left in the sixth. Marshall's trying to smother her own work, lands a left hook along the ropes, but Green's eyes are wide open. The radar is on lock. Makes Marshall miss a right hand. Marshall trying to pin her along the ropes, let her hands go, smother her work so she can't get hit with a counter. 15 seconds left. Green, they trade jabs. Green sharper with the up jab. Both fighters like that up jab. Right hand over the top by Shadeja Green, catching the top of the head of Savannah Marshall as they exchange. Shadeja popping the up jab with confidence to close round 6. She's in her bag. She's in her rhythm now. Shadeja Green with the momentum. So I got it 57-56 because of that point deduction for Savannah Marshall, but I got the momentum with Shadeja Green right now. Since she got the point taken, Green been looking better. I think it woke her up. I think it was like, hey, you're already in a hole, so it's gotta start right now, not in the second half of the fight. So that may have been a blessing in disguise for her. Adam says this is exciting. I'm a Shadeja fan, so we'll see. I got her, I got her down a point, but she's coming back right now. And I don't like what I see from Marshall in terms of the snap and steam on her punches and her conditioning. Shadeja is beginning to control her breathing better. Looks like, she's settled down in there. Marshall coming forward. Marshall doing something that fighters do when they begin to not be able to make you miss clean or block clean. They begin to just smother you. And that usually means they don't have a lot of answers defensively. Good jab by Shadeja Green. Marshall trying to give her a taste of her own medicine and pull the right hand over Shadeja's jab, but Shadeja took a step out of range. And now Shadeja's beginning to have Marshall on the string and have her do what she wants. Come to me, give me counterpunching opportunities. Good right hand to the body by Shadeja Green. Off a touch jab, she landed a nice straight right hand to the body. I think Marshall felt it. 1:15 in the round. Triple jab by Shadeja Green. Head, body, head. Lands the jab again. Times the jab of Marshall and walks her into a jab. Marshall should make an adjustment here and use her feet more and keep the fight at long range. This applying pressure thing is being figured out now. Marshall, nice right uppercut, but missed the mark. Nice setup, but missed it. Marshall, big right hand over the top, missed it. But Marshall a little nastier with her setups for her last 2 right hands. So maybe she's going to find an answer here. Thomas Taylor warning Savannah now for some of the stuff on the inside. 30 seconds left. This has been a competitive round. It hasn't been a lot to choose from. Shadeja's body language is better. But Shadeja didn't get a whole... Well, no, Shadeja got cleaner work done. But now Marshall is having a good kind of close to the round. Marshall, though, missing clean. And Shadeja picking her with little right hand counters. Nice right hand by Shadeja. Off the left hook. Marshall walked straight out to make her fall short with the hook. But she followed it out with the straight right hand. This is going to be another Shadeja Green round. But I saw some signs of life back from Marshall in the last minute there. She set up her right hand with more purpose down the stretch of that last minute. Still a Green round. I would have Green ahead if it wasn't for that point deduction. So 66-66 with the championship rounds really set to go down now. We got 3 rounds left. It's anybody's fight. I got it even. 66-66. So let's see. Need to see Olympic-style boxing again from Marshall. Yeah, she might have to switch it up, man. Get back to keeping it, using her feet and moving around and not letting Shadeja set her feet and counterpunch. We'll see if she makes an adjustment. Again, one adjustment she made down the end was just setting up her right hand a little bit better, trying to change the fight that way. Let me hit you with a big-ass right hand to swing the momentum back the way, but we'll see. All right, round 8. 3 rounds left. Marshall getting, ooh, nice 1-2 by Shadeja Green. Shadeja matching the jab of Marshall and then putting the right hand on top of it. And Netflix has the same score I have. Marshall, good little, Marshall though, not committing to her punches. The counter punching has her at times non-committal to her punches. Nice jab by Shadeja, short right hand by Shadeja. Shadeja's the more accurate, better timing on her punches right now than Savannah. Savannah coming forward, inaccurate, ineffective. Shadeja's got the placement, got the timing. Almost a minute into the 8th. Good combination by Marshall, just kind of sloppy 1-2s, but it made Shadeja go straight back into the ropes and just cover up. So that's a sequence there for Marshall. But Marshall hasn't landed anything real effective since she hurt Shadeja at the end of the 4th round. Shadeja lands a jab. Marshall comes forward behind it. Shadeja flurries to the body with her back along the ropes. Marshall looks tired in the clinch. And it looks like Green it's her night. We'll see. Marshall, good right hand to the body. Marshall just picked her gloves up on the inside, threw a left hook up top, and then threw a hard sweeping right hand to the body. Good right hand by Marshall. Green says, Goes back to her jab. 30 seconds left. Marshall measuring, throws a little arm-weary combination, smothers Shadeja along the ropes. Decent sequence there for Savannah Marshall. 20 seconds left in the round. I think Green with the cleaner work this round, but not always active enough. And she does risk. She lets things get dicey on the cards doing that, but maybe not as the MVP fight. Good right hand by Shadeja. Shadeja sniping with the right hand in between Marshall, leaving her head on the line. That's a Shadeja Green round. I think she's pulled ahead on my card. 76-75, Shadeja Green. I got her winning the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. The last 4 rounds for Shadeja Green. Yeah, man. Marshall, that accuracy, the placement, the precision, better technique punch for punch by Shadeja Green. That was a good right hand, though, on the replay that they're showing by Marshall. When I called that right hand and Green, that's a swing round. Round 8 was a swing round because Green took her, Green lets these rounds be close sometimes, not having her foot on the pedal, not really having a great work rate. And then the slow-mo just now on Netflix, it actually shows a right hand by Marshall, so maybe round 8 is a swing round. Yeah, the bots are going crazy. I'm sorry, chat. Rod says Shadeja is comfortable, and she is comfortable in fighting at her pace, but it's not a fast pace, so you could risk weird things happening in the score. A good right hand by Savannah Marshall, and then she dips inside and lands a left hook, and Netflix gave that last round to Marshall. So that's what I mean. The 8th was a swing round. And Marshall off to her best start in a round in a while. She actually landed a couple of good shots to get herself started in round 9. Now she's pumping her jab out. Jabs to the body of Green. Hard straight right hand lands for Green. Marshall ties her up, throws a little right hand to the body. Green landing a jab. Marshall tries to step over to her left and hit her with a hook while she eats the jab. Good exchange by both women there. Double jab sets up a combination up top for Marshall, but then her head gets knocked up by the lead hand of Shadeja Green, but both fighters landing good shots right now in the 9th. They're letting it hang out. Good right hand to the body by Savannah Marshall off the touch, lead hand up top. Marshall getting off a little bit more and landing more this round than she has in the last several rounds. She's more accurate this round. Oh, big right hand for Savannah Marshall. She ate a left hook and then came back with her right hand and hit Shadeja Green. I think that got Green's attention a little bit. Green has had better punch resistance in this fight. Marshall's winning this round. Marshall now landing the jabs, sweeping the right hand of the body. 1-2 by Marshall. Green ties up with 30 seconds left. Best round Marshall's had since the 4th. 8th round was a swing round. Yeah, this is Marshall's best round since the 4th. She has landed more punches in this round cleanly to the body and head than she has combined the last several rounds. And Green has landed a couple of right hands this round too. But this was a Marshall round. Man, these two ladies should let this shit all fly out because I got this one all dead even. 85 after 9 rounds. I got it all even. Fights on the table in the 10th round. Let's see. Matthew, what's up, Matthew? Said, see what you're watching and look at all the bots connected to this vent. That can't be a good sign. Break it down, Matthew. I feel like you have a little bit more to say. And thank you, Matt, for jumping in the chat and always keeping it real. Critical or praiseworthy. You always say exactly what it is you think about what we're doing on the channel. So, John Wick said, Sean, you're pretty good at this commentary. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Adam says, Green's going to have to win the next round if she wants to get a draw or a close win. I think the fight's on the table right here. I feel like whoever wins this round deserves to win the fight. Man, Shadeja getting tons of Vaseline on her face or around her whole chin is white, with Vaseline. Here we go, man. Marshall, I give her credit. This one was totally getting away from her, and she found a way to stop that momentum, and now she could hold on to the titles if she can win this round. They start right hand lands for Green. Marshall trying to land. Oh, right hand lands for Marshall. Comes back with her own right hand off her jab. Green shoulder rolling, getting pushed back a little bit by the probing jab of Marshall. Then they clinch. 30 seconds into the round. Marshall on the front foot, pause with her jab, pause, doubles it up, and makes Green initiate the clinch. And that's how Green gets a close one to go away, get away from her right there. Letting Marshall be first. Now Green with a left hook, right hand, but Marshall catches both of it, comes back with her jab. Marshall with a 1-2, back to the body is Shadeja on the inside. Good body work by Shadeja Green. I don't think Marshall liked it. Marshall looks hurt by the body. Right hand lands for Green off the jab. And now Green with the momentum in the round because she worked the body. And Marshall didn't like that body work. So Green is ahead in this round now on my card because she hurt Marshall to the body about 15 seconds ago. And Marshall had a slight edge up until that point. They clinch in the center. 1-2, and a nice left hook to the body by Marshall. They exchange on the inside. Both girls landing good there. Marshall tired in the clinch. 30 seconds left in the fight. Green slightly ahead. She's had the best moment of the round. Right uppercut on the inside by Marshall. Right hand out of the clinch by Shadeja Green. Good body work by Savannah Marshall inside. Ties Green up. Back comes Green to the body. 10 seconds left. Right hand, lead right hand lands for Green. Back to the body comes Marshall. And I think with the fight on the table in the 10th, Shadeja Green, by the skin of her teeth, won this fight by a point on my card. And when you factor in that the point deduction came at a bullshit time for Green, and you factor in that Marshall looks like the fighter more ready to collapse after 10 rounds, and Marshall is the more bruised up fighter. I see a nick under her right eye. I picked Marshall to win this fight. I don't think she won it. I think she lost this fight by 1 point with the point deduction. I think that 8th round was interesting. That 8th round was a swing round. That might be the round that decides who won this fight. I thought Marshall, clearly won the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 9th rounds, and I thought Green clearly won all the other 6 rounds besides that 8th round. If the judges gave that's the round that's going to decide it if they all have it scored the way I've scored it throughout. Dad's Army says, draw can't be a draw. The point deduction ensures that it won't be a draw. Someone's going to walk out a winner and a loser. Best comment said, my boy Sean at Disneyland. I'm at Disneyland, bro. The fam is out there. In the pool, in the Disneyland resort. We got to hold it down, man. We still got work to do. I was going to stay home, period. But wifey said, no, we still want you to come. Even if you can't go to the park, we still want you to come. Can you do your round by round in the room? I said, yeah, of course. So, Dion said, great fight. I wouldn't say a great fight. It was a very competitive fight that had ebbs and flows. It was a good fight. It was a good fight. I think great fight is, what Taylor and Serrano give us. These two gave us a good championship level fight that had some ebbs and flows. It was a good fight. I do think Green won this fight. I think between her badly hurting Marshall in the 5th, I think between Marshall being a little bit more bruised up at the end, and I think between Shadasia winning that 10th round when it felt like the fight was on the table, I think she pulled this one out, man. And you guys know I don't like being wrong. I don't like being wrong, but I got to keep it real. I think Shadasia got this one. And she got it really doing what she does, just fighting the way she fights. I thought if she did that, it might not work. She might let it get away from her, trying to pull counter and everything, but I think it just worked. Best comments. Thank you, brother. Says you're the best in the business. I'll be up there in a couple months at Disneyland. So balance is key. Yes, sir. JL. Balance is key. So now we just await the decision, man. I think, again, I scored it 95-94 for Shadasia Green. 6 rounds to 4. Point deduction. Come on, man. I want to see this decision. Let's get to it. They're showing Taylor and Serrano. Man, yeah, man. Marshall lost this fight. She's got 2 bruised up eyes. She's exhausted. Shadasia's face looks pretty clean in comparison. She looks fresh. Like if they had to fight another 5 rounds, that would be Shadasia all day. What do we get? What's the call? Let's hear it. 95-94. 96-93 Marshall. 95-94 for Shadasia. 96-93 to the winner. It's going to be Shadasia, I think. Shadasia. Yep. Yeah, she deserved that, man. Good call. If she's in England, she doesn't get that decision. But she signed with Jake Paul. She's fighting in America. So she didn't get fucked. She won that fight. Good call. I picked Marshall. And Shadasia beat her pretty much the way I thought she couldn't beat her. By pull countering. And by pull countering. That is her bread and butter. It worked. Good job, Shadasia. Happy for her. It worked. Yep, I gave it to her. You know what? I got to tweet about that real quick. I got to give it to... I got to tweet that real quick, chat. I got to give it to Shadasia. I didn't think her pull counter game would be enough. I thought she'd have to step in and make an adjustment and rip on the inside more. She actually did hurt Marshall doing just that late in the doing just that in the 10th. But her pull counter game got the job done after all. So she did her thing. Good job by Shadasia Green, man. Yep. I got to give her props. And so now story time. I knew Shadasia 10 years ago, 11 years ago. Shadasia used to spar with Sean Porter and was friends with Kenny Porter. And I used to see Shadasia before she ever turned professional. And now she's undisputed world champion. I'm very happy for her, you know. I wish I could say... I thought when I saw Shadasia get out hustled by Franchon Cruz DeZern, that made me, I lowered her stock to me, right? And because I was thinking, yo, Shadeja, Clarissa will beat her. But this is the most interesting opponent out there for Clarissa Shields. She has a certain pull counter game and a certain physical strength to her that I want to see Shields up against. And then when she dropped the ball against Franchon Cruz-Dezurn, who she's more talented than, she's a sharper puncher than, but Franchon put her in the blender, didn't stop hustling, and she outworked her. And Shadeja's conditioning and work rate isn't the best. But punch for punch, move for move, she's very good. And I never had any doubt about that. But the gas tank, the fact that I didn't know if sitting back waiting for the counter was gonna allow her to just come short at this level. Anyways, I'm happy for her. I knew Shadeja 11 years ago when she would train with Sean and Kenny, coming from Jers, and she's did it, man. She's champion. I'm happy for her. That's crazy. I wish I could have said I had Shadeja all along. I remember, but I didn't. I thought Savannah would win this fight. So great job by Shadeja Green. I gotta tweet that too. I think they were good scores. I had it 95-94 for Green. I had 1, 2, 4, and 9 for Marshall. The rest for Green. Hold on, I'm gonna say this. I remember seeing Shadeja come to train and spar with Sean Porter and train with Kenny Porter before she had her pro debut. I always knew she was sharp and good. When Franchon out hustled her, I didn't know if she'd become champion. I'm happy for her. Congrats. All right, I just had to do that, chat. I'm sorry. I had to give this girl her props, man. People are saying she didn't win the fight. LOL, let's be real. I thought she won the fight, chat. Am I tripping? Now I'm on Twitter and they're saying that they didn't think she won the fight. I thought she won. We called it right down the middle, man. I had Savannah winning. I don't like being wrong. I'm a freaking narcissist about being wrong sometimes, but I was wrong. She pulled that one out, chat. Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat, says Green Shields now. I'm with you. Yeah, I want to see it. Clarissa's beating everybody, so let's see it. I want to see it. I think that's a fight I wanted to see in the first place, but then she fumbled against Franchon, and so I moved on. But now I want to see it like I originally wanted to see it. So good shit by Shadeja. Wow, there's really people on Twitter feeling like she got a gift, huh? I don't think so. Oh, is that? I picked Marshall heading into. So let's see. When is a Franchon is a hustler? She is, man. She out-hustled her. She just outworked her. And that's still going to be, I mean, she still didn't really throw a lot of punches, Shadeja, but she's sharp when she does, so. You were a little bit biased, but fuck, I don't think I was biased, Dad's Army. If anything, I'm going to be biased to the girl I picked to win. So now they're up in the booth with Jake Paul, Layla Ali, and Kate Abdo. And now we're killing time. All right, let's kill some time. Hey, Sean, in your opinion, what's the night with the higher level fights, tonight or Ring 3? Well, Ring 3. You know, on average, women's boxing isn't as high level as men's boxing, just on average, to keep it real. But they're still good and getting better, and women's boxing has evolved a lot. Shakur Stevenson talking about evolution, right? And boxing evolving. Women's boxing has evolved tremendously since the Layla Ali days, you know. So, but yeah, I think tomorrow's card. Yeah, I think Alberto Puello, Matias is a very good fight. I think all 4 fights are really good. So I think tomorrow's card. But pound for pound, gender for gender, Taylor Serrano 3 is the most historic fight of the weekend and technically the biggest fight because it's on the biggest platform. It's on Netflix. It's not on DAZN. And they're in the big room at Madison Square Garden, not a tennis stadium that's struggling to sell tickets. They have a healthy audience there. So maybe screw what I'm saying. Between historical significance and accolades and the fact that they're actually selling more tickets, maybe I have the wrong answer, but my opinion, tomorrow. What's your main scoring criteria? Who's winning? Just who's doing better. A little. At the end of the day, it's about who's landing the better shots, whether they're coming forward or going backwards. Once the clean, but there's dimensions to that. If you landed one or two, the 2 most head snapping, eye catching shots, but the other guy got good work done and threw a hell of a lot more punches and came forward the entire round, then he probably out-hustled you, unless you hurt him with those 2 clean right hands and they were that eye-catching. So at the end of the day, clean, effective punching, but yes, volume, the aggressor, who's setting the pace, all that stuff, it matters too. But for the most part, it's just going to come down to who's landing the better shots. And I thought Shadeja landed the better shots in that last fight overall, over the course of 10 rounds. Chris Jackson, thank you, brother, for the 20. Said you are a gold mine for live bets with your analysis. Oh, thank you, man. Live analysis, right? Live bets, right? Because before the fight, I'd have had you fucked up, Chris. I'd have picked Savannah and you would have lost money. But apparently you heard something when I said Shadeja swung the momentum. Maybe you were like, now I'm going to jump on that bet. Thank you for the $20, Chris Jackson. Thank you a lot, brother. Appreciate that. Sean, can you ban the bots or mod someone? I would love to. Here, let's see. Overall player ratings. Would you like to be the mod for today? Please don't ban normal people, okay? I had a Titus Frost, great kid, great man, great guy, had a lot of love for the channel. And Titus didn't like it when people would talk greasy to me and disrespect me, so he'd ban them. And I was like, Titus, don't do that, man. Let if they gotta talk shit, let them talk shit. I can handle it. So that's what made me go, just forget the moderator thing, because I don't want to put a follower, someone who enjoys the channel, in that kind of situation where they feel like they gotta protect me or something, But who is a young, scrappy American who can really ruin the plans of promoters? I'm rooting for the B side from now on. I think Darrell Val-Saint out of Pro Box, he could ruin a lot of plans if he gets opportunities with some of the promoters' best fighters and champions. So I think him. I think you got to look at Pro Box and kind of look at their roster. There's Najee Lopez coming up at light heavyweight. Darrell Val-Saint coming up at welterweight. Look what Cardenas almost did to Inoue and dropping him. Look what Roach did to Tank. So I feel like if you're looking for that B-side energy coming to fuck shit up, keep an eye on the Pro Box guys right now. Let's see. Do I think Zepeda has a chance? I definitely think he has a chance. Have we talked about the Haney Norman situation yet? Yeah, I have. I think I don't want to make my mind up too far out, close my mind to what's going on as we get closer to Haney Norman, but part of me felt like you're digging your hole deeper for Team Haney, and Big Tank can't fix that on fight night. Devin's gonna have to be in there on his own. Yeah, man, and Brian Norman kind of smiling during when he had to be the black cornholio with his shirt. That smile and then at the face-off when he at some point was like, I'm done with this face-off, and he shoved Devin, and then Devin pushed him back, and again, he let out that smile. That smile is kind of that coy, like, I got something for you. But we'll see. We'll see. But Adam says, I got a question, Sean. Everyone's picking Shakur. Why is no one picking Zepeda? Groupthink. No, you're right. Nobody's picking Zepeda. Nobody. Even media, old school media that's very critical of Shakur and his style and him personally, they're still picking him to win. I've been tantalized to change my pick to Zepeda because of boxing reasons. I think Shakur has faced no adversity heading into this fight. He hasn't been cut. He hasn't been hurt. He hasn't been dropped. To his credit, against good fighters he's fought, he's been decisive to dominant. He didn't dominate De Los Santos, though. De Los Santos won 4 or 5 rounds on the judges' cards, but it's a credit to him that he hasn't been through adversity. But in a way that I remember back in the day, that used to be a checkbox fighters had to answer for people to be 100% sold on them and realize they've seen everything they need to see. And what if Shakur in round 3 lands a hook? And now his hands, now he's got to swim deep waters with a hurt hand for the first time. And Zepeda has faced adversity. Zepeda got dropped by Farmer. That's a bad thing because Tevin Farmer doesn't punch particularly hard. And he dropped you. And Tevin Farmer took 24 rounds of everything you could dish out to the body and the head, only for Kid Austin to knock him out in 80 seconds. So that doesn't bode well for Zepeda. But what bodes well is that he's had to go through the fire. He's had to get off the canvas, a couple of times. And he has that will make him better for this fight. And Shakur, sometimes I feel like we get into the group thing. Like, he's Shakur. He's going to dominate. He's going to win. And it's like, what leads you exactly to believe that? He didn't just dominate and stop Artem Hardatunian. Hardatunian doesn't throw as many punches. He has better footwork. You could argue he's craftier than Zepeda, but he's not as relentless. He doesn't seem to punch as hard. He doesn't mix up his combinations as lethal as Zepeda. Doesn't have his conditioning. Doesn't have the amount of professional fights he's had and professional experience. So if the great Floyd Mayweather, who's a much greater fighter than Shakur, no offense to Shakur's 3-division champion, may very well be headed to the Hall of Fame one day. But if Floyd could, have his hands full with guys that were just busy, Castillo was a lot more than just busy, but those Castillos and Maidanas and Cottos could give him fits, then why can't William Zepeda give Shakur fits? It's just interesting that so much of the common go-to pick in this fight is Shakur is going to stop him. Shakur's going to stop him. And it's like, Shakur has less than a 50% knockout ratio. If he's not fighting Yoshino or Josh Padley, he hasn't stopped anyone since Herring before that. So he went the distance with Joet Gonzalez. He went the distance with Jeremiah Nakatia. Those guys aren't as dangerous as William Zepeda. So why is he going to stop Zepeda? Where is the logic and the data that supports that? So there's data that supports that Zepeda is going to out-hustle Shakur. And if Shakur gets out-hustled and hurts his hands and loses by Sunday, there's going to be an awful lot of hindsight was 2020 leading into it. Between him disrespecting Ray Robinson, between him, stepping on and bringing out the belt on Zepeda, which is fine. It's fight talk, but you're setting yourself up for a big fall if you don't back it up. And Shakur has told us before, I'm putting belt to ass. I'm about to dominate this dude, only to just merely win the fight, which is the most important thing. But just to win the fight and not deliver what he said he was going to do. So we're to believe offhand surgery. Remember, he scored by far the lowest in that DAZN grip strength thing back in February. Everybody else scored minimum like twice as high. He was the lowest by a huge margin on the grip strength because his hands, he's still grimacing when they take his gloves off. So between the hand problems, between outside, because I see people in the comments on some of my videos, he stopped 2 of 4 guys at lightweight. Yeah, Yoshino and Josh Padley. And then even against Josh Padley, in the first 4 or 5 rounds, he's throwing 20 punches around. And I'm supposed to believe against a much more dangerous guy. Yes, I know he'll stylistically be in front of him. He's just gonna Mayweather Gotti him. I don't think the data shows that. So if he actually does that tomorrow, I'm gonna give him mad credit because I don't see him doing that. I see him winning a decision in a very competitive fight. And I won't be surprised if round one is kind of like Broner Maidana, and Zepeda, like Maidana, is on his ass, and Shakur is smiling through it, and it's like, yeah, but you're feeling that fucking heat like you've never felt it before. And Zepeda beats him. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens tomorrow. It's not a 6-1 upset to me. I got Stevenson, but even in this shoulder roll, when I watch tape, even in his shoulder roll against Hardatunian, he got caught with the left hook once or twice, and his chin was up out of the shoulder roll. And if he's just going to do what he did for long spurts against Hardatunian, sometimes CompuBox is a little misleading. I was surprised to see he threw over 400 punches against Artem Hardatunian. I felt like he did a lot of catch, shoulder roll, and then plodding forward, because it's not like he's super quick on the front foot. He kind of just steps forward, and kind of like Floyd did against McGregor, literally just walking forward, breaking his boxing stance sometimes, and then, doing that thing. So even, I won't be surprised. I got Shakur, but he's not Pernell. He's not Floyd. He's very good. He's excellent. And if he does some Pernell Floyd shit tomorrow, I'm going to give him all the credit. You will not hear me downplay Zepeda. I'm giving Zepeda his props right now, so that if Shakur dominates him like he says he's going to, I could give him full credit, because I regarded Zepeda as a legit threat. So I just don't got the balls to move off of Shakur. But if Shakur loses, I'm going to feel kind of dumb. I'm going to feel like I got all the foreshadowing I needed. Between the hands, between the disrespect of Robinson, and between, promising belt to ass and not just the win, and something he's promised before that he hasn't quite delivered, and between Zepeda throwing twice as many punches with, which can win you rounds, I won't be surprised if we get the upset. So let's see. Yoshino was an underrated win. All right. We are now set for the co-main event, Alicia Bumgardner against Jennifer Miranda. So Alicia Bumgardner, super talented, punches very hard with both hands, got a good left hook, not just the right hand that stiffened up Terry Harper, stopped her on her feet, but she got a good left hook. To me, she has the most professional style in women's box. Shadeja just had one too. Shadeja boxes like a dude. She fights at a slow pace and tries to hurt you and sit down on her punches and counter punch in between shots. The two best in the business, Taylor and Shields. Shields can do that stuff too. Shields could set traps. She could slow the pace down. She's got a lot of tricks in her sleeve. But Shields still does some of that Olympic style. At the end of the day, her bread and butter, if she needs to win the fight, is like pressing this button and she shoots the 6 or 7 punch combination, kind of in the Olympic style of combination punching. Taylor does the exact same thing. And Shields is the GWO. And I don't see anyone taking her from that. But I'll give Alicia Bumgardner this. I think she sets the best. She kind of slows it down the cleanest in women's boxing. She fights like it's a 3-minute round, 12-round pace. And the technique on her punches is very good. She's a very good puncher with both hands. And just the way she slows the fight down and the setups and the traps she does is a lot more like what you see out of the championship level in men's boxing. Now, I still got to put Taylor and definitely Shields above her. But the point I'm making is they still rely a little bit on their Olympic bag of tricks that made them gold medalists. Alicia full on has that professional slow down style. So I like that about her. I missed the super chat. My bad, Adrian. Adrian Wells, thank you, brother, for the super chat so much. Appreciate you, Adrian. Did I say something good that earned it at some point? I don't know, but I appreciate you, Adrian Wells. And always appreciate you being in the chat. Joss says, can't wait to see Canelo knock Crawford's head back to Omaha. We'll see, man. We will see. I give the edge to Canelo right now, but I do think Crawford's going to outwork him in camp, and that can't be underestimated. I suspect that Crawford will be the one who pushes his body to further limits in training camp than Canelo. But we'll see. I do give the edge to Canelo right now. We got a long ways to go from that fight. I'm actually looking forward more to Haney and Norman, but that's just me. Do I think Zepeda would beat Kambosos? Absolutely. The Kambosos, especially as of late, who's deteriorating, Zepeda would have stopped him. So yeah. All right, but Jennifer Gardner. Jennifer Miranda. I keep wanting to call Jennifer Miranda Jennifer Garner. But Jennifer Miranda from Spain, tall fighter, not a lot of power, tall mover. A lot of fighters from Spain have that kind of style. Sandor Martin, Winky Wright, when he used to train in Spain and France a lot, he was more of a mover before he became his high guard, busy style behind the jab. So that's kind of Jennifer Miranda's style. It's kind of like what Sandor Martin did against Mikey. Not the Sandor Martin against Alberto Puello, who a lot of people thought won that fight and came to really fight. So do you think Tank vs. Roach 2 is postponed? Oh, it's definitely postponed. Definitely postponed. Definitely postponed. But here comes Alicia Bumgardner to the ring now. You know what I like about Alicia? She let me ask her about the steroid stuff. Man to woman, sitting right next to her on the couch on Sean's show. And the fact that she let me do my job and ask her about it and say, hey, a lot of people are going to be skeptical and not believe you. And she answered it. She stood and delivered, and I that made me, take the respect to another level for Bumgardner. But she is ripped for this fight, man. And I do, if I'm keeping it real, I wonder if that makes anybody suspicious, because she is ripped. She is shredded in there. She looks like, and I know she's into bodybuilding. She looks like she could bodybuild. So quite the compliment to her and her genes and what a great shape she gets in, that thought has to pass the mind given her past. I hate to, people deserve second chances, man. It's not fun to put that on people, but you guys come here to see me take it real, to keep it real, right? So I like Bumgardner. I just gave her credit as kind of having the most professional style in women's boxing. She sets great traps, has a really good jab, nasty hook to the body and the head, and then, of course, the bomb, the right hand, the brick. She's got that crossover star appeal. I actually think before the steroids fucked it up, she was crossing over. That's why the Pivot podcast and former NFL players, they give her some shine, because a lot of guys find her attractive. She's both intelligent and talks shit, and she's a hell of a fighter. So she got everything, and it was that steroid scandal that slowed down her momentum. This is her chance on the Taylor Serrano 3 co-main event, Jake Paul promotion, Netflix, to get it all back on the real right track. Let's see if she does that. So, all right, referee Ricky Gonzalez. From what I saw and now Bumgardner, her Achilles heel, and she's acknowledged this in the past, is her conditioning. She doesn't fight at the highest pace, and she will have to catch second and third and fourth wins throughout her fight when she deals with little bouts of fatigue. Take a round off here at some point in the fight. So that's really her big flaws. It's not really technical flaws or any shortcomings in hand speed or punching power or reflexes. It's her gas tank ain't always the best. So from Madrid, España, Jennifer Garner. Just kidding, Jennifer Miranda. Is she gonna read Alicia Bumgardner her Miranda rights tonight? I don't know. With 1 knockout and 12 wins. Again, she's a mover, tall girl, a mover, and not particularly great at placing punches. She's more of a combination girl, on the move, that kind of style. And Bumgardner got the precision. Punch for punch, she's got the placement with both hands. So Alicia, now 31 years old, 15-1, 7 KOs, training with Derek James. Also, I don't know about the Derek James. I think Tony Harrison was a way better on paper. I mean, we got to see how she looks with Derek. But Derek's the opposite of her style. She's an athletic, counter-punching, athletic kind of style, setting traps. Derek is a work, busy, grind it out. That's his bread and butter, what he taught Errol. So I don't know about this pairing. I don't know if it's a perfect match, but we're about to find out. We're about to see how it looks. I'm sorry about everybody, people. about all the crazy spammers. I'm trying. Oh, mod, I got you. I got you, overall player. You are now the moderator. Boom. Hey, we got a moderator now. Overall player ratings in the house. You fuck around and spam the chat, you got to deal with him. All right. Miranda is cut up. Looks to be in good physical shape for this assignment against the undisputed super featherweight champion, Alicia Bumgardner. The bomb. I'm the bomb. I'm the bomb. NBA on NBC. Did anybody catch that reference? We have very obscure references on these lives. All right, here we go. Round one. Miranda actually pops the first jab. Miranda holding her ground in the center of the ring. And again, Bumgardner lean. Shredded at 130 pounds. Starting with her own up jab now. Crouching low. Base a little wide for Bumgardner. Wants to sit down on something. Now Miranda stepping over to her right. Miranda, who moves a lot on tape, not using a lot of movement to start. And Miranda cut up too. Both fighters in tremendous shape for this fight. Miranda pawing at long range. Straight right hand to the body for Alicia Bumgardner as both fighters kind of probe and fence from the outside. Bumgardner trying to sit down on that right hand. Time the jab of Miranda. Miranda wisely not popping that jab out there early. Just flicking it. Trying to keep everything in front of her. Not give Bumgardner that trap. Because that's what Bumgardner does. He got that trap for that right hand. At some point what Alicia might do is, though, if the trap for the right hand isn't presented, she'll stab to the body and start ripping the lead hook a little bit. There's the stab to the body right as I said it. Jab to the body by Alicia Bumgardner. Yeah, if you're not going to give her the right hand over the top, over the jab, she's going to start working her lead hand then. Right there, Bumgardner missing the right hand over the top, trying to force it when it's not there. Miranda not giving her the jab she needs to come over the top of it. Now Miranda lets her jab go. 30 seconds left in the round. Bumgardner, not a high pace by either fighter. And because, again, Bumgardner's a counterpuncher, and Miranda not giving her any counterpunching opportunities. But Bumgardner jabs to the body. Bumgardner touching up top. Slow pace to start in this feeling out round. Bumgardner going to win this round on my card with a jab, stab to the body, and a straight right hand to the body. That was about all that found the home for either fighter in round one. Yeah, and you're going to get that slow pace. Like I said, Bumgardner is a counterpuncher by nature. Likes to set the trap. And Miranda didn't give her anything to counter. So stab the body with the right, stab the body with the jab, one time apiece, and you get off to a 10-9 start in the feeling out round. So maybe what you'd like to, again, from Bumgardner, if that trend continues and Miranda is gun shy, weary of the counters in the right hand, you want to see Alicia open up behind the jab. Boom, boom, head body with the jab. And then create off that, see what you get off that. Probably at some point when she's thinking about that jab, that's when you can step in with the hook like Canelo does. They don't know what he's doing with the lead hand. They're preparing to block a jab, and then he comes around and smacks him around the guard with the hook. Easier said than done. I'm not capable of these things, but I watch them on tape a lot. So 1-0 Alicia Bumgardner. Here we go. Yeah, not a lot to choose from, but you know, now Miranda probing with that lead hand, sticking it to the chest a little bit. Good jab lands for Miranda. Pops the head up of Bumgardner. Little touch double jab by Miranda. And now Miranda, it finally landed a shot to get herself going. Landed a jab a moment ago. Bumgardner looks a little tight. Throwing the right hand, but falling short with it. Miranda touches her with a right hand after making her miss with 2 or 3 right hands. Bumgardner looks a little tense. Got to settle down. Something about her right here. She is loading up on that right hand. She gets countered by a right hand, but down goes Miranda. One of those right hands touched Miranda. Bumgardner fighting with a ferocity and intensity now, like she's almost pissed off and just wants to clock her with a right hand. But I don't know. Listen, maybe settle down or maybe it'll work. Let's see what we got. Minute into the second. Right hand over the top by Miranda, off the mark, but she fires it with some real intention now, settling down in the fight. Jab to the body by Bumgardner. A minute into the second. Nice jab to the body there. Miranda comes forward behind the jab. Short with the right hand. Both fighters fencing. A little bit of red around the nose of Bumgardner. Lead left hook touches for Miranda. Bumgardner gets her lead left hook blocked, and it's almost like Bumgardner looking for the bomb a little bit too much, and she's got to use her jab, use her athleticism, use her skills. Miranda getting confidence, firing more jabs, firing more right hands. Bumgardner just looks a little tight and tense. Jab lands for Miranda. This is a Miranda round right now. 1-2. Right hand lands for Bumgardner, but back comes Miranda with a right hand. They trade. Both fighters land. Miranda pops up the head of Bumgardner with a lead jab. Bumgardner, I'm trying to get my sweet science on. She's ready to sit down on something so much that anytime a jab lands from Miranda, it pops her head up because she's so set with her, she's so coiled, ready to sit down on something that it lifts her head up a little bit. So I give that round to Miranda, 19-19. Bumgardner that round was a little tight, a little tense, and loading up a little bit too much. Thank you for banning the spammers. Marshall says, Bomb needs to get this girl's respect back. What the hell? I don't think it's a matter of, I think she's trying too hard to get her respect. She's worried too much about sitting down on the power right now. If you're Bumgardner, with all that talent, a sharp jab, upper body movement, and all that, go to work. Explore the bag. Stop trying to sit down on something early on. Or not, or that'll work, but it didn't work for her in the second round. What's up, Mo Slim? All right, Marshall Z, shout out to you too, my brother. All right. Hey, Miranda feeling jazzy, feinting to start the round, doing a little bit of those Usyk feints, popping the jab, falling short, but she's loosening up. Good jab by Bumgardner. And Miranda lands a jab, though, right back. Bumgardner comes over the top of the right hand and left hook, but Miranda smothers her. They gave that round to Bumgardner. It was a close round. I gave it to Miranda, but it was a close round. Round 3. Bumgardner on the front foot. Miranda with a flurry, but inaccurate. She tries to slide away from the sweeping right hand of Bumgardner. Part of that partially getting in. Bumgardner, no respect for Miranda's power. Stepping in, throwing with bad intentions. Miranda defensively flailing about, not getting hit clean. But Bumgardner is, kind of intimidating with the way she's sitting down on these bombs. She wants to hurt the girl. Now Bumgardner backs back out into the center of the ring, taking little shuffle steps to her right. Not a lot of feigning. She gets a little jazzy. 1-2, but Miranda right hand by Miranda in the center of the ring. Miranda just shifting her movement around a little bit, making Bumgardner. Now Bumgardner lands a lead left hand, left hook, straight right hand, both blocked from Bumgardner. But Bumgardner winning this round. Even when she's partially landing, she's pushing Miranda back, and you could tell Miranda ain't trying, is very respectful of the power and trying to fight awkwardly. Use awkward movement. 20 seconds left in the round. Miranda with a little bit of swelling around her face. Bumgardner moving her upper body a little bit, shifting to her right. Now she's feigning. Feigning. Throws that right hand over the top. Miranda doing a good job of just kind of turning her body weight a little bit, making her hit the shoulder. It's not a shoulder roll. It's not the cleanest looking head movement, but sometimes she just turns her shoulders around and makes Bumgardner have to settle for hitting those and not finding the chin. I gave that round to Bumgardner, 29-28 Bumgardner. But Alicia has yet to really look impressive. She's just a little off, but looks like she's loading up a little bit. Looks like she's a little tight, not really in her rhythm, not in her groove. But she's up 2-1. And Netflix is going to have her up 3-0. Boxes said, yo, we want the Berlanga. Fuck you. I thought it was, that low Brooklyn tone, but now I gotta break my voice a little bit and do the Oscar de la Hoya Edgar Berlanga. But hey, Keith, thank you, brother. Said, thanks, Sean. I'm falling asleep. It's 3:33 a.m. here. Enjoy the fights, everyone. Nice one overall, player ratings. Hope you're not too busy. Thank you. Hey, later, Keith. Get some good rest, my brother. All right. Hey, good jab lands for Miranda to start the fourth. Bumgardner firing a straight right hand to the body. going back on her jab, trying to cut the distance. Bumgardner coming forward, trying to rip shots on the inside, but Miranda is awkward, and she ties Bumgardner up. Bumgardner has done this in the beginning of a few rounds now. Oh, right hand lands from Miranda, and Bumgardner trying to load up and come right back at her, back her near the ropes, but Bumgardner, and these shots are heavy and explosive, but she's not landing. And, you know, Bumgardner's falling into a pattern of loading up and trying to explode in the first 45 seconds in the round, not really getting the success she's looking for, and then just kind of being frustrated by the awkward tactics and style and movement of Miranda for the rest of the round. And Miranda, you know, not letting her look and perform the way she wants to. 2 jabs to the body by Bumgardner, minute into the 4th. And Miranda turns her, clinches her, tries to punch near the back of her head. Bumgardner ties her up, doesn't let her get there. But Miranda's an awkward, frustrating style to deal with. She's tall, she moves, she's got heart. Right? And she's good at, oh, I'm retreating and you're throwing your bombs and I don't want the smoke. And then right after you're like, you made your point to the audience and the judges that, you know, you made her retreat into you may not have landed what you want, but she's feeling that power and she's retreating. Then she does a good job of frustrating, just coming right back with some bullshit and touching you up and making you mad again. And she's doing that right now to Bumgardner. Bumgardner's loading up down the stretch of the 4th, getting the better of it. And now she's doing the classic con job, frustrating, awkward fighter stuff. She's making faces at Bumgardner. She's frustrating Bumgardner. And I think Bumgardner still won that 4th round. But Miranda landed some shots. She touched her here and there and frustrated her. So I got it 39-37 for Bumgardner. But fighters like Miranda are just, if they're not going to win, they're really good at not letting you look good. That's actually their specialty, is they don't look good, but they're very good at not letting you look good. JJ Lomo said, Sean, I haven't watched too much of Bumgardner. Does she not move her head? She moves her head, and she's done it at times here, but she, by her standards, looks a little stiff tonight. And again, that Derek James style doesn't really emphasize any head movement. Derek James is one of the few trainers I've ever seen downplay head movement. But no, Bumgardner has the talent and typically does move her head. Shakur Boxing, what's up, brother? Jameson Childress, I got my peoples in here. What's up? What's up, Jameson Childress? What's up, my boy JJJ Shakur? So here we go. Round 5. It could be 2-2. I got a 3-1 for Bumgardner. Jab to the body by Bumgardner. I want to see Bumgardner jab more. Just lead hand it a little bit more. She got a hell of a jab. When she stabs to the body again, stab that body and then bring the hook up top. Fuck the right hand for a minute, you know? There you go. Bumgardner feigning, jab to the body. Miranda misses the right hand over the top of the jab to the body. Bumgardner with that ability to pull out of range. Bumgardner pulls out, makes Miranda fall short with the right hand. Bumgardner jab to the body, but Miranda's smart. She's trying to time that jab to the body as the round goes on with her right hand over the top. But that's the chess. Okay, now you're looking for the jab to the body. Now I can set something else up because that's what you're looking for. Bumgardner lands the jab up top. Bumgardner just got to get to her jab. There's the jab from Bumgardner. Steps out to her right. Switches southpaw for a split set. Now she's southpaw, Bumgardner. Bouncing up and down. Moving to her right. Pawing her jab. Is she setting up a brick? Is she setting up a right hook? Now she moves over to her right. Steps to her left. Moves to her right. Switches back orthodox. Shoots the right hand but doesn't land it. And Miranda gets a little bit of effective work done after she misses that right hand, just kind of skirmishing on the inside. Bumgardner places the 1-2 in, gets her head off the line as Miranda misses her 1-2. Decent round for Bumgardner right now, kind of settling down and boxing a little bit more. Good right hand by Miranda. They trade right hands, but Bumgardner was a little bit lackadaisical in that exchange. 18 seconds left in the 5th. Miranda trying to feint, touches the top of the head of Bumgardner with a right hand. Straight right hand to the body by Bumgardner in the last 10. And they skirmish on the inside a little bit. I gave that round to Bumgardner. I think Bumgardner's winning, but she's not having the performance she wants to have on this stage and this opportunity. Miranda is, again, tough, in shape, tall, awkward, kind of rangy. Not a girl easy to look good against. But I think the adjustment for Bumgardner is the jab. The jab to the body is landing every time she throws it. And I know Miranda adjusted to it halfway through, but there has to be an adjustment off that adjustment. So JF said Alicia ain't moving that head at all. Miranda could jab all night and probably win. Well, the pull right hand, one of Alicia's bread and butters, the shot that knocked out Terry Harper, that might be why you don't see that jab from Miranda. And Miranda does look like she's got some swelling along her jaw. So she's felt the power of Bumgardner. All right, we are now into the second half of the fight. Bumgardner lead hand low to start the round. A little bit of bend in her knees, double jab by Bumgardner. Good double jab. They trade double jabs. Jab to the body by Bumgardner. Bumgardner backs out of range and lands the jab. Makes Miranda reach with the right hand and touches her with a jab. Now they clinch. Miranda wants to get off, but Bumgardner ties her up. They exchange on the inside. Bumgardner finds the left hook. Miranda lands a sloppy right hand, but the best punch in that exchange was the left hook for Bumgardner. Bumgardner lead hand low, feints, smiles. Feels a little bit of rhythm after that exchange, landing that hook. Bounces up and down, overshoots the right hand. Again, Miranda doing a good job of just moving her shoulder a little bit to make her overshoot the right hand and find the shoulder, not find the mark. Minute left in the sixth. Miranda letting her lady balls hang this round. She's letting her hands go, but Bumgardner swimming without getting wet on the inside. Little right hand lands for Miranda. Miranda's touching Bumgardner a little bit, but Bumgardner landed the better shot. Left hook lands for Bumgardner in between punches. Bumgardner steps inside. She doesn't exchange with Miranda at the distance. Miranda has the advantage. When they exchange, Bumgardner wisely knows she's a little bit closer to her and she has the advantage at that distance. Oh, good combination though by Miranda. Just as I said that, Bumgardner reached for some power shots and Miranda snuck her with a couple of quick shots. Bumgardner though is getting leverage on these shots. Good. Bumgardner can rip on the inside. She could rip with some bad intentions. And that's the main difference between their work when they have their kind of exchanges and skirmishes is Bumgardner has leverage on her punches and Miranda doesn't. That's why Miranda only has one knockout on her record. So, but what's up, chat? I'm watching on this iPad here, so forgive me if you're looking at me like this the whole time. Bumgardner is turning up now. The Spanish girl is fading. Sean, do the Teddy Atlas impression. I don't got the impressions today. If you're Bumgardner, no, I can't. Use the jab. Don't wait on the counter. Because that's what Bumgardner's doing. She's waiting on the lazy jab of Miranda's bang! So she can get her with the old right hand. That punch isn't there. Create. Be creative. Improvise. Like the great jazz musicians. Create off the jab. Touch the jab to the body. Touch the jab to the head. Then when she's looking for that, then you hit her with the hook. Then I don't know. I don't got it as much right now, but here we go. All right. Round 7. Bumgardner off the jab, coming forward, doubles it up, picks her hands up. Right hand over the top. That found the top of the head of Miranda. And again, Bumgardner, she gets good leverage on her power shots. I got Bumgardner ahead 5-1. Maybe 4-2. Miranda doing enough to make it, competitive and everything. But Bumgardner has been using her jab a little bit more. And they get a little rough on the inside. Bumgardner shoves her off. Good right hands on the inside by Miranda. But again, it's Bumgardner with the leverage and the heat on the inside. She ripped the right uppercut to the body, ripping left hooks. They're only partially getting through. Miranda's awkward, not finding that chin clean. But I think what Bumgardner's thinking right now is, I'm going to find that chin clean eventually. We're going to, it's coming. Both fighters bouncing up and down. I do think Bumgardner is Good jab to the body. Her going to her jab a little bit more in the last couple rounds has helped her out. And Miranda has taken more chances as this fight's gone on. And Bumgardner's been slippery. She hasn't been easy to hit. That left hook finds the home again in between the exchange for Bumgardner. Miranda looks a little shooken up, but she's tough. She fights her way through it. Fights her way through it. Fences, says ole. Leads Spanish hand out. Jab to the body by Bumgardner. Bumgardner has been finding the left hook the last couple rounds, and she's doing it punching in combination, letting Miranda exchange with her. But at some point in that exchange, she tightens it up and boom, finds her with the hook. That's the shot she's been finding her with lately. Miranda, by the way, she lands some right hands in those skirmishes, but she's punching downward. She's not ever throwing it straight or getting her real lower half into it, turning it over, but she lets him go. She's bruised up, a little beat up, and her coach is telling the fans in New York, come on, let's hear it. You know, my girl's giving everything she's got. Some of those body shots probably got her attention too, so I got Bumgardner at this point comfortably ahead. And to Bumgardner's credit, she's gotten back to her. She's gone to the jab a little bit as the fight went on. Started to find that left hook in between punches. She settled down. You could tell she was a little frustrated early. You know, she wants the spectacular show. She wants to knock this girl out. But in the last couple rounds, she settled down a little bit. Again, it's not super impressive by Bumgardner, but she's fought well the last couple rounds. Well, yeah, she's winning. What's up, Mo Slim? All right, round 8. I got Bumgardner comfortably ahead at this point, but good right hand by Miranda. Bumgardner rolled some of the steam off of it though. Netflix has it 68-65 Bumgardner. I have it a point wider at 69-64. Bumgardner trying to check her into a left hook. Good right hand by Miranda. Good combinations by Miranda. Kind of a miscalculation by Bumgardner. Out of nowhere, she wanted this check left hook. And so she dropped, the right hand leaves her chin a little bit, drops the lead hand, tries to walk her into a check hook. And Miranda just said, I'm going to 1-2 you into the ropes. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and touch you up and make you have to reset. And that was a good sequence for Miranda. Miranda touching Bumgardner with the right hand a couple times, but Bumgardner now taking that step inside, starting to rip combinations and waiting for the right time. Miranda gets sloppy to catch her in between, but Miranda with a pretty decent first minute to the 8th round. Bumgardner lets her jab go. Actually, nice right uppercut to the body. Gets touched by a right hand by Miranda, though Miranda's been touching her with the right hand in this fight over the course of the last couple rounds. They trade right hands. Both get their head off the line and swing for the fences with it. Bumgardner taking half steps back. Looks like she's loading up a big check left hook, but Miranda, again, kind of braced for it and punctuated the exchange with her right hand. And Bumgardner was telegraphing that trap a little bit. Both times she tried to set up the check hook, it was kind of telegraphed. 10 seconds left, and I'll you know what? I'll give Miranda this round. I'll give her the second round that she's won, because Netflix gave her 2 rounds, and when she only won one of them. But now I'm like Netflix. Now I can give Jennifer Miranda 2 rounds. So 6 rounds to 2, 78-74. For Bumgardner. 77-75 isn't blasphemous, but I got a 78-74 Bumgardner. A couple times that round, she tried to, we talk about Bumgardner's traps. She tried to set up a check left hook, but it was kind of obvious, and it didn't work. And Miranda was able to follow it up with some 1-2s. Marshall Zay says, I think Miranda hits slightly harder than the record suggests. Yeah, I see it. Some of those chopping kind of downward right hands look like they got a little something on them. I see. Is that the kind of, it's those right hands, right, Marshall? Sean, what are the chances we see a knockout out cold in a female fight? It's very rare. That's why Bumgardner, when she did it to Terry Harper, well, she didn't even knock her out cold, but she had her out on her feet. That was a big deal. It doesn't happen a lot. So I think the Ann Wolfe knockout from 20 years ago is viral because it doesn't happen a lot. So, but now here comes Bumgardner with the jab, establishing the jab to start, coming forward behind her jab, kind of looking like a Derek James fighter in those moments. Hands up high, pump, a good lead left hook by Bumgardner. And that came from that double jab. The jab, she didn't, she's expecting the jab again. That shot and the hook comes around the guard. Bumgardner looking like a Derek James fighter in round 9. This looks like more of Derek's imprint here. She's coming behind the double jab. Hands are picked up, trying to cut the gap and throw some combos. Good combination by Garner, though. Knocking Bumgardner's head up with a 1-2, but Bumgardner resumes her pressure on the front foot. Referee breaks him up. Minute left in the 9th. Bumgardner. Oh, big right hand by Jennifer Miranda. Perfect straight right hand. She's been kind of punching downwards, chopping with the right hand a lot, but that was a straight right that landed right on the button on Bumgardner. Bumgardner short with the 1-2. Gets countered by a little ugly sweeping right hand by Miranda, and Miranda ties her up into the ropes. This could be a Miranda round. Bumgardner. Rip to the body right there, Bumgardner. They exchange up top. Now a little bit of a mouse around the right eye of Bumgardner. A little bit of swelling there. So Miranda has made her presence felt in this fight. Good jab to the body by Bumgardner. Miranda being a little crafty on the outside, giving a couple looks, blocks the lead right hand of Bumgardner, punches with her free right hand in the clinch. Some good work by the Spaniard in this round. I'm going to give this round to the Spaniard. I got it. 6 rounds to 3. I got it 87-84 Bumgardner heading into the 10th. So I've given Miranda the last 2 rounds to tighten it up just a little bit. So I got it 6-3. That stab jab to the body has slowed Miranda down a lot. I think you could argue it's been a little underutilized from Bumgardner. I think she could eat off the jab more than she, it's easier on the outside looking in. We could see more sometimes and they see different things. But I feel like that stab to the jab was pretty much there all night, and eat off that, create, pick her apart off that. It's so easier said than done, but here we go. Heading into the 10th round now. Last round. Good effort by the challenger, by the Spaniard. Bumgardner eats a jab to start the 10th. Bumgardner tries to cut the gap. They clinch a little bit. No work gets done there. Broken apart. And Netflix has the same scorecard I have, 87-84. They're exchanging. Bumgardner finding the left hook. Miranda looking for the right hand, but the left hook is swelling up the right side of her face. Miranda, it has got balls, though. It doesn't got placement and accuracy, but something in her says, I'm just going to punch when you're punching. I'm just going to punch when you're punching. And a little over a minute left in the fight. Bumgardner punching with batter intentions. Both girls finding it hard to be accurate in the exchanges, but there's a right hand for Bumgardner. Chopping right hand inside. Body shots on the inside by Bumgardner. Miranda's tough, but she's holding on a little bit. Right hand catches Miranda out of the clinch. Miranda flurrying out of the clinch. Bumgardner, though, sitting down, ripping shots on the inside. Miranda kind of flailing, fighting for her life on the inside. Just almost get off me punches. But back comes Miranda with some good work to the body on the inside, getting some leverage on those shots. 35 seconds left in the fight. Good last round. Referee killing the fucking clock, telling both of them to watch out for head. 30 seconds left, ref. Get out of the way. Bumgardner ripping to the body. Good leverage on those shots. Ripping up top. Right hand, left hook. Eating shots from Miranda, but sitting down on shots that she's catching her with. Good heart down the stretch by both fighters. 10 seconds left. Bumgardner got touched in this round, but she ripped harder shot. Good body work by Bumgardner inside. Ooh, hard right uppercut to the body, and that'll do it. Miranda is just, she's hyped. She didn't win this fight. I scored this 97-93 Bumgardner, but Miranda has a right to be hyped. She left it all in the ring. She left it all in the ring, man. She emptied her tank down the stretch of the championship rounds. Fell short on my card, but good effort by the Spanish challenger. And for Bumgardner, solid performance that she definitely won. But I'm complimenting her. I think she has such good talent that she's capable of a better performance than this. So she got the job done. Clearly, she won. But like, I don't know about the Derek James pairing. I feel like Bumgardner's an athletic, creative fighter, a counterpuncher. She's not. Derek James's bread and butter with Spence was high guard, busy jab, volume. That's not Alicia to me. Alicia is a trap setter, a counterpuncher, an athletic fighter. So I think, I don't know. What's up, Nelly? Nelly said, what's up, Sean? Are you in New York City for the Queen? I'm not. I'm in LA. I'm in Anaheim. I'm at Disney. I'm literally at Disneyland. So my wife, it's her sister's birthday. There's all kinds of stuff. People want to go to Disneyland. They want it. It was sweet. They wanted your boy to come. I'm like, are you sure you don't? I can't just stay home and work. And they're like, no, we love you. We want you to come. That feels good. What's up, Charles N? Relax. It's only money. What's up, brother? Carleon Mello says 6'4" Alicia will be the score. I think she'll get 7-3-8-2. Remember, she is the MVP fighter, too. So it's not like she's got to worry about close rounds going the other way. Mo Slim said, not that special, to be honest, in regards to Bumgardner just now. And he follows that up by saying, yeah, I think that's what made her look bad tonight. It's not a good fit for Alicia. Talking about Derek. Yes, it's not shaded Derek. It's just that certain styles make sense. Like, Derek would be a good trainer for Zepeda. That would make sense. But for Bumgardner, I don't think it's a good fit. Yeah, I don't think it's good. It's like asking the 7 seconds or less sons to run the triangle. Like, hey, Steve Nash, Amari, and Sean Merrick, can you run the triangle? No, we're gonna run pick and rolls and push the pace. It's not a good fit. AJ, thank you, brother, for I was gonna say thank you for but I appreciate your comment. You said, reminds me slightly of the criticism I have with Raymond Murataya. You have the athletic tools to overwhelm, but use them sparingly. Beautifully said, AJ. That's all I gotta say. The Raymond Murataya that fought Jeremiah Nakatia, I want to see that guy more. I made the jokes. I said, whatever shirt he wore that night, whatever kind of lemonade he may have drank that day, or maybe there was a certain pasta at the MGM he had the day, eat it, wear it, do whatever you did for Nakatia and do it again. Because, salute to Murataya winning the IBF title, but it wasn't impressive. What he did, how he performed against Nakatia was impressive. Mayer beats this version of Bumgardner. Ooh. I want to see. Put me on with your wife's sister. She's got a boyfriend now, bro. I had to meet him. I had to meet a new boyfriend on this trip. So I'm sorry, Mo. All right, let's hear the scorecards real quick. $97-93. Unanimous. And still, Mr. Unstoppable. And still, did anyone else like that Roy Jones song? It's kind of underrated. But, yeah, Bumgardner clearly won the fight. Gets the decision. And I think we've touched on, I think we've analyzed her pretty well. Moving on to main event time in a minute. Yeah, sheesh, look at Miranda's face. She took a lot of punishment. What do you say? Anthony Malzone says Tahoe and now Disneyland. F summer of Superman. It's the summer of Sean. Yeah, baby. I'm summer Santa Claus. The fam wants to go to Cali every other week. We're gonna go to Cali every other week. So I should. Okay, so a few people ask me like, why aren't you in New York? Because I should be in New York. Between these fights and the fights tomorrow, I should be there. Deep down, I want to be there. I don't know. I was on. Jake Paul promotes this card, and I've been very critical of Jake Paul. And Turki Al-Sheikh promotes the Saturday card, and I've been very critical of Turki Al-Sheikh. Canelo Crawford was like, it's literally in the city I live in. It's in Las Vegas. I'm going to apply and go to that. But these other ones where I got to fly out, and they're kind of just letting the media record what DAZN and Netflix are already getting. They're not really giving access for and then I don't know. I don't know if I'm wanted. I don't know if they even want your boy there. They may not even care. They may not even know that I'm a guy who's been critical, but I don't know. I'm like, am I a douchebag for applying after? I mean, freedom of the press, right? I mean, the freedom of the press means they could write a million bad articles about whoever the president is and still cover the White House because it's freedom of the press. That's the point. But part of me is like, am I a schmuck for trying to cover these fights when I've been so critical, or am I being a schmuck by staying home? I'm supposed to, bring the heat in person more often, and I don't know. I'm here. I'm at Disneyland. I would like to be there. Part of, I'll be honest, that's pride fucking with you. It's the pride. I don't want to give them a chance to say no. It's like you're fired. No, you can't fire me. I quit. It's like you're not credentialed. You can't deny my credential. I didn't apply for one. So it's kind of stupid. Do kind of wish I was there. Nikisa probably don't like you. I don't like him. So whatever. But see, there's a hypocrisy I can expose there. You can't claim to be America first and love America and then totally disregard the First Amendment. And then don't hide behind, well, the First Amendment, that doesn't apply to private businesses. And yeah, I know. But it's kind of a recommendation. It's the first one. It's the First Amendment. It's not the 5th or 6th or 17th. It's kind of important. It's kind of a hint, like in the video games when you suck and they eventually just say, here, it's right here. They're kind of hinting that you should probably apply this as much as possible. It's kind of the bedrock of this whole thing, of this whole civilization. So if Nikisa wouldn't give me a credential, I'd be like, that's cool. Just please stop saying America first, because you obviously don't stand for the very first thing that makes America America. Anyway, off the soapbox. Thank you for the super chat, Zach. He says, what chance Katie and Amanda ends in a draw? Thanks, Sean. Solid chance. This rivalry, if I was comparing it to men's boxing, is kind of like Pacquiao-Marquez, but without knockdowns. And Serrano is Marquez. She's came close. She has a lot of people in the street tell her, I thought you won those fights. I thought you won both fights, but she has yet to win against this opponent. And maybe, I know they fought 4 times, but in their final fight is when Marquez finally made the adjustment and got the knockout. Said, fuck the scorecards, and got the knockout. Maybe that's Serrano tonight. I think that's what's been built between getting Taylor to come down to 36 instead of which is bullshit. You're fighting for Taylor's titles. Why can't she weigh in at the weight limit of said titles? But because Jake is the promoter, Serrano got that in her court. So this is set up for Serrano to finally get over the hump and get the job done. Doesn't mean she will, but that is the setup for tonight. And Taylor at 39, I make the jokes about the boxing angels and everything, the boxing gods. Well, you would think the boxing angels favor Serrano in this one because she's the one, like Marquez against, but she's the one who's come just this close. Maybe she already should have gotten a nod. And then on Taylor's side, they've already blessed you with close calls against Delphine Persoon, Amanda Serrano, and the rematch with Chantel Cameron. Those all could have went against you, but you tend to get those nods instead of them go against your way. So you're kind of due for a close one to not go your way. You know what I mean? If you kind of go by that logic. But is there a chance it ends in a draw? Absolutely, because, outside of maybe Mayer, you could say Bumgardner, but I don't know if Bumgardner with that performance just now has people begging to see the winner of Taylor Serrano fight her. So what I'm getting at is probably the most money Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano can make, barring this fight somehow sucking or being non-competitive or something weird like that, is fighting each other again. The best business option is probably to fight a 4th time, barring this fight just not being good, which I highly doubt it won't be. So yeah, there could be a draw because a draw sets up a 4th fight. Serrano winning sets up a 4th fight. Marquez and Vasquez did it. Pacquiao and Marquez do it. I don't see why these two can't conceivably wind up fighting 4 times. So even if Serrano knocks her out tonight, then it's 2-1. So you do it again if you really want to. These two seem like they're going to draw better numbers fighting each other than they ever will anyone else. Puerto Ricans really like boxing, and Irish people really like boxing. So they found something with these two. And it's perfect that it's in New York. You guys know I'm from New York. New York got so many Puerto Rican people, so many Irish people. So it's perfect that these two have been fighting in the Garden. They could do it again. I wouldn't be surprised. Could there be a draw? Yeah. Shit. If both fighters show up the way they did the first 2 fights, it probably will be a draw because, and if the fight plays out the exact same way the first 2 fights did, I think Serrano gets the nod. This is an MVP show. So I know technically, the first one was like a true co-promotion. It was like Jake Paul, oh shit, Jake Paul's going legit. He's really promoting a legit fight. He's doing it with a legit promoter as a partner, Eddie Hearn. And those two sold the fight as much as the fighters did. Then fight number 2 was, actually, I'm interested to see how this fight performs commercially. Because fight number 1, they got a little bit of a bump with Jake Paul dipping his toe into the real world, the real boxing world, let's call it. And Eddie Hearn wound up threatening him with a lawsuit that we Eddie and Jake helped move the needle for the first fight. Then the second fight got to piggyback off of Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. This third fight, there isn't that intrigue with Hearn and Jake, and they don't have Tyson and Paul. So I'm just interested to see how they perform commercially a little bit compared to the first 2. Because this is these two really standing all on their own, all women's undercard, you know what I mean? No men's fight. In addition, no Jake Paul, Eddie Hearn shenanigans, no Mike Tyson, Jake Paul main event. So this is going to tell us a lot, and they both look super sharp in the dressing room, by the way. For being 2 fighters nearing 40 years old, I am impressed at how sharp they're looking in the dressing room. Every punch coming out, speed, snap, explosive. For these 2 ladies to be this sharp this late in the game with as many wars as they've been in, says a lot about them. Modern nutrition and science and stuff allows athletes to hold on to their prime a lot longer than they used to be. And these 2, they look tremendous in the dressing room. This is going to be a hell of a fight. They look super sharp, in great shape. Serrano looks intense. Both fighters look intense. This is what it's all about. These are 2 true champions. This isn't some virtue signaling, I give the ladies credit. No, these 2 are fucking warriors. Amanda's nicknamed the real deal. That's fair for both of them. They're both the real deal. And this is going to be a hell of a fight. And this is probably going to get to be the first women's rivalry that truly gets cemented in the pantheon of great rivalries in boxing history. So it's going to be a good one. Damn, Cindy Serrano grew her hair out. I've never seen her hair that long. Now she looks like Amanda. Now Cindy Serrano looks like Amanda Serrano in the dressing room. So I'm almost like, is that a third Serrano sister? Because I've never seen Cindy Serrano with long hair. Neither of them are shook, says No Dice. Hell no. These 2 are ready to go. These are true champions with a lot of intensity in the dressing room who seem to both think this is my moment. And, they were made for each other. Yeah, we're about to see a good-ass fight. I have very little doubt about that. I don't think Alicia wants that smoke for real. No, I think she does. I mean, you want to fight in big fights and get paid. I think she'd want this fight. She wants to get paid. There's no money fighting anyone else at 30. She's got to move up and get the winner of this fight or get the Michaela rematch. That's what it is. And everything besides that isn't headlining business. So we got to see the Mayer rematch again before it's all said and done. They were made for each other, like these two, like Taylor and Serrano. Those two were made. That's another one that could be destined to actually join the pantheon of rivalries in boxing history is Mayer and Bumgardner. They got to do that again. And Mayer will probably win a rematch and they'll fight 3 times. Because if they fight again, they're going to have to fight at a weight that benefits Mayer. Bumgardner's going to have to move up. So Jake Paul nervous, says Lil RPG. Shakur is going to put belt to ass. We shall see. Mar the Prince says, Sean, do you think Shields Green would be a good one? I always thought that'd be a good one. But when Shadeja got out hustled by Franchon Cruz de Zern, I said, forget that fight. She doesn't have a chance. I don't think anybody beats Clarissa Shields. The only thing that's going to beat Clarissa Shields is pregnancy. Like, you know what I mean? Getting pregnant. But I just don't think anybody beats her. I think I get it, right? There's very few women ranked in the weight classes she fights in compared to even the lower divisions in her own sport in women's boxing, let alone compared to how many fighters are ranked in her divisions in men's boxing. I get it. Shallow talent pool and all that. But I think, Shields is one of the true dominant American athletes. Forget boxing. One of the true dominant athletes of the last decade or so. I think she's like Simone Biles and Serena and Michael Phelps and those kinds of athletes who, for a period in time, were just a head and shoulders above everybody else in the field. I think that's Shields. I know a lot of people don't like her, but that's what I think. That's what I know. That's what her accomplishments back up. So they're showing my man Andre Ward, former undisputed champ Sanisa Estrada, and Sean Grande, who spells his name the correct way, S-E-A-N, but I have never heard of Sean Grande. He has a nice black suit on, for sure. But, anyway. Matias looked awful at the weigh-ins. I think Puello looks drawn and gaunt, and I picked Puello, but I think Matias looked healthier and more filled out for fight week than Puello did. Puello looks like he needs to move up. He's tall for the weight, and his cheeks are sunken to the bone. I like Puello though. If Puello pulls this fight off, and I picked him, then we gotta call Puello one of them real ones, man. One of them under the radar, not a lot of publicity and glamour, but he's got the green belt. He's got the big green belt, and he's fighting good competition. I mean, Gary Antoine and Subriel Matias are fighters that guys are duck in 140, and he's fought both of them in 2 out of 3 fights. And Sandor Martin, these are guys that get ducked, but he knows he's the type to get ducked, so I got to fight the other guys that get ducked to make some money. Puello's a dog. He's a real one, man. And if he beats Matias, he's gonna kind of be one of my sneaky tertiary favorites. He's not one of my first or second favorites, but I'm gonna fuck with some Alberto Puello after this one if he beats Matias. I got a lot of respect for a fighter like that. Katie is the greatest of all times. I don't think so. I think it's Shields. I know Taylor got the deeper talent pool, but Taylor survived multiple fights by the skin of her teeth, and Shields has been absolutely dominant. So I think that makes up for, on paper, having the superior opposition. Shields fought some good fighters, man. Savannah, Christina Hammer, Kaylee Reese, Franchon Cruz de Zern. She beat her in her pro debut on the Kovalev Ward undercard. So she's beaten some names, become heavyweight champ. There's a dearth of talent there, but she did it. Anyway, who's some of your favorite prospects? Do you think Jan Santana can compete with Espinoza and Inoue? I got to see more of Santana. I like Marco Verde a lot. And coming up out of the USA boxing program, Jamal Harvey, Marcus Luther. Marcus Luther is going to be running for the 2028 Olympics. I think he's going to be nasty coming out to the pros when that's time. But right now, prospect-wise, I'm really excited about Marco Verde coming out with the silver medal from Mexico. I think Marco Verde is a secret weapon for Canelo in preparation for Crawford. Marco Verde is a 160-pounder. He's tall, he's fast, and he's a southpaw who switches stances. I think he could give Canelo the kind of looks he needs in preparation for Crawford. So I'm big on Marco Verde. Salim Ellis Bey, yep, Mar the Prince. Salim Ellis Bey out of Philly. I saw him. He's good. So yeah, those are the few of the prospects. Again, I think Darrell Val Saint is becoming more of a contender now. But he's under the radar on Pro Box. The Najee Lopez kid's a good prospect too. Let me see. I got any other prospects on my mind? I can't think right now. They're there. I just can't. Lester Martinez. Well, Lester Martinez is the weapon for Crawford to prepare for Canelo. And I tweeted that a week or two ago. I said, they both got a couple of great weapons in camp to prepare for each other. Martinez can simulate Canelo, come forward, pressure, good power, applying intelligent pressure. He's not Canelo, just like Verde's not Crawford. But Verde, again, tall, fast, movement, southpaw, can switch. He's going to give Canelo the looks he probably needs for Crawford. So do I like Nishat Dev? I do. Seen him on some of those DAZN undercards. He's good. Overall player rating says Clarissa just needs to be more active and stop waiting on the perfect opponent. Just fight and rack up wins. I agree. But what I respect about Clarissa, man, is she's getting it done with Dimitri Salita. She's finding a way. She's selling out in Detroit. When she's had to, she'll fight overseas. But she's like, y'all motherfuckers are going to treat me right. And if you're not, I'm going to make it happen on my own. And as she sees fit, To be fair, though, Hearn gave her a couple of opportunities on DAZN, and she was kind of rude to Eddie Hearn for no reason. Was trying to put him in his place about her accomplishments. And it's like, Clarissa, he's putting you on the show. What do you want from the guy? And so, to be fair to Eddie, I'm not trying to just be one-sided for Shields, but I respect that Shields, to me, has a lot of the old school American spirit, bold, brash, uncompromising, and I'll make my own way. Nobody else believes me. No one else thinks I'm worth it. No one thinks I'm a draw. Not Bob, who signed Michaela and Sinisa. Not Eddie, who signs mad girls. Sky Nicholson, Alicia in the past, all of them. Not Ben Shalom, not none of these big names. Well, I'll rock with Salita and we'll fight in Detroit. Or if one of these promoters got some money for Marshall, I'll go over there and make it happen. I'll almost play the B side, fight in her hometown. So, she has that old school, brash, bold American a lot of people hate her, and I don't. I think she's the GOAT. Doesn't mean I'm simping for her, or she's it's not, Anyway, do you have to get with a married man? That's your life. That's your grown folks. That's your business. So I'm just showing I'm objective here. I'm not turning her into Jesus, but I don't know, man. I think Clarissa got more heart than a lot of the guy champions. I think if some of the guys in boxing had her belief and her confidence, and I don't mean just saying it, but she really believes she'll whoop any girl, and really believes that. And I think if they had a little bit more of her energy, men's boxing would be better off for it. So I give Clarissa a lot of praise. Sean, you're from the Big Apple. Who's the most underrated fighter from your backyard of all time? Oh, that's a tough one. The first name that came to mind was Luis Collazo, because he was just nice. Shane Mosley dogged him, but the Berto fight, the Hatton fight, he could have won both of those fights. I thought, and then when he did the Rivera to win the WBA strat, Luis Collazo, shout out to Serrano and Berlanga, right? We're talking about Puerto Ricans who've held it down in New York. Luis Collazo was a good fighter, good skills. I just liked watching him fight, except the Mosley fight. Mosley gave it to him, but so let's see. Whose fault will it be if it turns into Tom and Jerry fight with Shakur and Zepeda? I mean, both. If Shakur is too inefficient with his movement to stay in range and make a guy miss by a little bit and then make him pay, if he's got to have excessive movement to get out of the way of punches, then that's a referendum on his skill level. Forget excitement. Skill is, are you not skilled enough to make him miss by a little bit and make him pay? Do you have to pull all the way out of range and then reset everything again? Well, that's a skill issue. Forget entertainment and all that for a minute. And on Zepeda, if he's going to do that and you can't make him pay for being inefficient, having excessive movement, well, then that's a lack of skill on your part to cut the ring off. So if the fight devolves into a boring affair, it's an indictment on the front foot guy who can't cut the ring off good enough. Then it's an indictment on the back foot guy who's not proficient enough to step around, use enough movement to still be in range and make them miss and make them pay, not just make them miss. So that would fall on both fighters. You know what I mean? Sean, would you want a Puello Gary Russell rematch? Yeah, I do. And I think Gary Antoine wins the rematch. But Gary Antoine was tripping on my boy Sean Porter, man. He was being disrespectful, saying Sean just lunged in with punches. If Sean just lunged in with punches, he would have got knocked out by Danny Garcia with a left hook. And Puello's good, but Puello isn't considered Kell Brook, Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, Keith Thurman good. So Sean lost the same way you lost a competitive, very good fight to Alberto Puello. He lost all 4 of his fights in very competitive fights, but to a better fighter than you lost to. So, and he's won 2 titles to your 1 so far. So I like Gary Antoine, but when he said that he thought it was disrespectful to compare Sean to him, I thought he was disrespectful, saying Sean just lunges in. If Sean just lunged in, Danny would have knocked him out, you know. And then Sean had athleticism, feints. Sean had a more athleticism than Gary Antoine, just as a pure athlete. But I like Gary Antoine a lot, and I think he would beat Puello in a rematch. And I really like Gary Antoine, but he was disrespectful to my guy Sean. So now we're going through the national anthems of Puerto Rico and Irlandese, which is, you know, Italian for Irish. But by the way, you guys do know your boy is Irish. I'm mostly Italian and I'm German, but I'm also Irish. That's why it's Sean. But if anything, if I was being biased, if I was being a fan and not a journalist, I'd be rooting for Serrano because she's from Brooklyn. So Brooklyn trumps the ethnic stuff. I'm Brooklynese first. So, but we're not doing all that, calling it down the middle. We're gonna see what we get in part 3. My question for this fight: can Serrano beat Juan Manuel Marquez? Can she, after getting so close in their first couple of great fights, can she close the show with something emphatic to close this rivalry in emphatic fashion? That's my question for this fight. Because if the fight plays out like just the first 2, Serrano probably gets a close decision this time because she's the A side, really. It's her promoter. It's in her city. It's her it's her show. They even got Taylor down to 36 instead of 40. Dad's Army, thank you, brother. Says, Sean, you've been a pleasure this UK morning. Thank you, brothers. We got one more fight. Stick around. I can grow a full beard in 5 minutes. Yep, it's true. It's weird. I can. It's weird. You've probably seen it stream. But let's see. Oh, that's low, UBZ, but fair. Zapata is plus 1,300 to win on points. Great bet. It is a great bet. That's a good value bet. Not saying you're going to win, but value-wise, and I think that's a decent bet. Amanda wins the 4th fight with 1 second in the 6th round, Sean. Katie wins tonight. Charles, you really think she's going to get a 4th fight if she's down 3-0? I don't know about that, man. So, let's see. All right, 2-minute rounds. No 3 knockdown rule. Fighter cannot be saved by the bell. Hold on. Okay, Jim. 2-minute rounds. No 3 knockdown rule. And the fighter cannot be saved by the bell, including the 10th and final round. Jim! No. All right, Harold, as we set now to conclude this historic trilogy. And first to the ring will be Amanda Serrano. There was great talk this week. Would she come second? It was negotiated, heavily negotiated. She is the challenger behind O2. But with the promotion on her side and the fight being in her hometown, there was thought that Serrano would be treated as the A side, having Taylor not be able to weigh in at the 140. All right, enough Jim Lampley. I'm just chilling. But Sean, the water slides are S tier. Oh my God, we're getting a report back from Wifey about the water. Are you still near the water slides, Samantha? All right, but yeah, I thought Serrano was coming out last, and now it looks like she's coming out first. No. What are we doing here? Who's coming out first? Come on. Here we go. Serrano is the rare puncher in women's boxing. She hasn't been able to outpoint Taylor. Tonight, she'll try to, with tactics and smarts, close the trilogy with a knockout. Yes, Larry, and she said in the fighter meetings... Anyway. Audio's messed up? Wait. Is audio messed up? Am I good on audio, everybody? Or are we running out of streams now? No, come on now. How are we on audio? Are people trolling me in the chat? Really, the audio's coming out? Damn, what's going on? Let me see. Messed up? I sound fine on mine. Am I good on audio, everybody? You guys fucking with me? All right. This announcer has blossomed. Audio's good. Audio's good. Okay, thank God. All right. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, everybody. Jerry, A-Rob. All right, here comes Natty Natasha. Chat? I'm 34 years old, and I don't know who the fuck this is. Who is Natty Natasha? Am I supposed to know who Natty Natasha is? Who is Natty Natasha? Natty Natasha. Of course, Natty Natasha coming to the ring. International record. Remember when you don't know any idea who the singer is, and they go, ladies and gentlemen, international multi-platinum recording star, Grammy nominated. You're like, damn, you've done a lot for someone nobody's ever heard of. But that's not Natty Natasha, is it? I'm just really old, getting old, aren't I? So Natty Natasha getting ready to have Amanda Serrano, the 7-division champ, come to the ring, former undisputed featherweight champ, and regardless of gender, one of the greats from Puerto Rico. Serrano has already put herself alongside Cotto and Trinidad and Gomez and Benitez and Ortiz, and she's already there. But actually beating Katie Taylor will cement her to a different status. But it's already a big star in Puerto Rico. Natty Natasha looks pregnant. Shout out to Natty Natasha for performing while pregnant. So, hey, the Knicks City Dances. Yeah, we blew. I don't want to see you right now as a Knicks fan. We blew that series against the Pacers. I'm sick. Get out of the way. Not now. Go trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo, and then I'll want to see his dance. So the Knicks cheerleaders getting ready to bring Serrano out. All jokes aside, that's pretty cool. Here comes Serrano coming to the ring. Promoter Jake Paul. Serrano, stoic warrior, humble warrior. Got discovered by Jordan, her trainer, Jordan Chandler, married her sister. Groomed her as a fighter from a teenager. They got caught up in some trouble in 2009, 2010, but Serrano never got cleared of any wrongdoing with that, and then took off, became a great MMA fighter, one of the greatest women fighters in boxing history, and now she's a star and beloved in her island of Puerto Rico. And here she comes to the ring. This is set up to be her moment. Knicks City Dancers walking her out. Jake Paul, Nikisa Bardarian, the head promoters, the lead promoters of the show. This isn't Eddie Hearn's show. Eddie hasn't even really been treated as a collab on this one. This is supposed to be her moment. The weight is set to help her. They're fighting in her hometown in New York City. And this is the third time it's supposed to be the charm tonight for Amanda Serrano. Will it be? We'll see. Damn, this iPad I'm watching on about to die. I got to charge it. 1 second. All right, we're good. Is it charging? Hold up. Put that right there. All right, cool. All right. Is the guy behind me the old man? Your old man? I don't know. There's no guy behind me. Anyway. So, this fight has more energy than most pay-per-view fights. Man's fight says Easton. It is a pay-per-view fight, basically. I know it's not literally, but this is a pay-per-view level fight. Pay-per-view level atmosphere, you know, so. Jake Paul having an affair with that Mamacita. All right, now here comes the champion, Katie Taylor, who I see has had a more of a mean streak about her heading into this fight. Katie Taylor has always not let us in. That's not to say she's not insincere in how just being the humble girl next door from Ireland, but that's a two-dimensional image presented that great athletes, Michael Jordan did it, Patrick Mahomes does it right now, she does it. And what makes them likable is you don't exactly feel like they're full of shit. You know they're not letting us in. They are giving us this two-dimensional kind of good image, squeaky clean thing. And it's not that I think Taylor is insincere in that image, but she's a human being. She has way more depth to her than just, oh, you know, Katie Taylor and just humble, nod and smile. No, of course she has thoughts and a range of feelings and everything. And in the lead up to this fight, I feel like Katie Taylor has shown us who she really is a little bit more, that she's feisty, she's competitive, and she's said, I didn't need to give you this fight. I didn't need this fight again. I'm up 2-0. Every time Serrano says, I lost, but I didn't feel like I lost, she's like, you lost. And, you know, I'm going to beat you again. And I feel like, you know, Katie has let some of that aw shucks girl next door Ireland shit and put it to the side and been like, no, I'm tired of you saying that I got 2 gifts and that I headbutt and all that. I'm better than you. And I'm here when I don't need to be. I'm going to pull up in the Garden one more time, up 2-0, and put this shit away. 3-0. I am better than you. Yes, you are great. Yes, we needed each other to get to this level and do what we're doing. But there's number 1 and there's number 2, and I'm number 1. And that's kind of the energy I've been getting from Katie, as opposed to the aw shucks, Katie Taylor's going to be a good fight, you know. So we'll see what goes down. Someone's trolling me saying, who's the guy on the bed? There's no, sit, nothing. You guys can push my button. Good. I'm easy to get to, but here we go. Taylor coming to the ring, and again, I think she's kept it real in the lead up to this fight, and she looks, for a fighter up 2-0, that it's not supposed to, the narrative, the third time's the charm, that's all Serrano's build up. Taylor looks like she has worked herself psychologically into a very nasty place, and I mean that in a good way for a fighter, to, you know, she's got just as much a chip on her shoulder, maybe more. The way this girl's coming, you know, Amanda came to the ring smiling and festive, and Katie is coming to the ring the meanest I've ever seen her come to the ring. She's got a great sweat worked up. She was shredded in the locker room the way I didn't quite expect for her at 30. At 39, 40, you tend to lose muscle definition. She looks shredded in the abs. She looks mean as hell. She's got a great sweat worked up, got a good edge to her. Does the champion Katie Taylor. Serrano in a great mood, high spirits, smiling on her way to the ring. Nick's cheerleaders. Katie Taylor, all business. All business with a little bit of a scowl on her face. So you show us what it is from Bray, Ireland, Katie Taylor. Show us this shit ain't sweet. All right? So let's see what we get. He went to the bathroom. All right, you motherfuckers. All right, you're gonna do me like that just before main event time? We're gonna go through this whole goddamn hotel room. I'm not gonna have that on my name. Hold on. Where's the light in this motherfucker? What bathroom? Not in this bathroom. In the shower? You trolling motherfuckers. Just before main event time. Nope. Was he waiting out the window? Huh? Is he in the pools? Damn, look at the pools, though. Looks good. Anyways. Let's get back to the fight now. All right. Katie is fed up with the BS, says Lil RPG. Kind of seems that way. We'll see. Oh, he's in the closet. He's in the closet now. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Oh, he is, huh? He is? All right. Can we focus on the goddamn fight now? All right. It's always something. They go, you're Jewish, you're gay. I'm neither. All right, let's get to the main event. 3 judges: Nicholas Ensalt, two other. Harvey Dock from the Garcia Haney fight is our referee tonight. Now he's outside. You're right. You're right, Carlos. He went outside. He's under the bed. Says Starfight. There you go. I give up. But here we go. Ring announcer saying it's main event time. So again, 2 contrasts in dispositions here. Serrano is festive, happy, smiling. Both fighters look ready to go. In the dressing room, everything. But Taylor, this is the meanest I've ever seen Taylor. Man, Taylor she's got that edge tonight, man. She looked mean. I got to give it to Katie Taylor. That's a true champion, man. To be up 2-0 at 39. You really could afford to lose this fight if you really think about it. But she's on some like, fuck that. I want to show this girl and everybody in this building tonight I'm the better one, because as a true competitor, she has to know there's a lot of people who think she shouldn't be up 2-0. So she has something to prove in this fight, even though on paper she kind of doesn't. So let's see. James Dixon says, we're all behind you, brother. Got you. Paradox said he took the Uber home. All right. Katie Taylor bouncing up and down. So Taylor does get introduced first. So Serrano gets introduced last. There we go. Yeah, Taylor's locked in, man. Eddie Hearn got a great tan. He's super locked. He looks... Remember, Eddie Hearn loved Taylor. Eddie can't stand Nikisa, and they've had lawsuits with Jake, and there's some tension and animosity there, I think, between Eddie and Jake and Nikisa. So a lot of in the old school fights too, part of that tension, man, it was between the teams, the promoters. Everything's on the line, man. The promoters want to win almost as bad as the fighters. Serrano bouncing up and down, in a good mood, nodding her head, saying, let me hear it. Everybody in her team got like Chicago Bulls jerseys on, and I'm tripping. That was not Cindy Serrano with the longer hair. Cindy Serrano is still there with the short hair. Mike Basil, Coach Jordan, Sister Cindy. That's the 3 people in the corner. Puerto Rican flags, Jake Paul. A lot of Puerto Rican flags in the audience, and that's what the Puerto Rican fans need to do tonight for Serrano, is drown out the Irish fans and make it feel like it's Serrano's night. So we're going to see what we get here. My only question in this fight is, it pertains to Serrano. Can she make a Juan Manuel Marquez-like adjustment that after Marquez saw Pacquiao for 36 rounds, he finally made an adjustment that concluded their rivalry? Can Serrano do that tonight? I know we could conceivably ask the same thing about Taylor, but Taylor is not the puncher that Serrano is. You would think if one fighter can have a certain adjustment to score a stoppage, it's Serrano who can figure that out. So I put the onus on Amanda Serrano. Can she be Juan Manuel Marquez to Taylor's Pacquiao tonight? So let's see. Tay Day, what's good, brother? Stay clicked in. Here we go. Serrano Taylor, man, mean. Man, Taylor's showing you who she really is in this fight and in this buildup. That behind that kind Irish girl next door is a savage. So, all right. Man, Taylor looks mean. And Serrano looks happy. I'll say that for the last time, and now here we go. Here we go. All right. Round 1 set to begin. And we're off. Here we go. Katie with that bounce to start in the center of the ring. Katie holding her ground in the center of the ring, actually taking a little step forward, short with the jab. Serrano the southpaw, hands up. Both fighters in the center of the ring. No one really committing to a jab yet, just flicking their lead hand out. Serrano well short with her jab to start. Taylor comes back with a jab, but neither fighter close to landing anything in the first 30 seconds. Center ring, Taylor slightly taking the lead. Serrano stepping over to her left. Guard up high. Taylor thinking of jumping in with the jab. Serrano threatening her with her left hand, the position. Wants Taylor to jump in and catch Taylor jumping in right now. Serrano actually stepping to her left and not being aggressive. 1-2 by Serrano and a jab by Taylor. Neither fighter in the first minute finding anything at home. Short 1-2 by Serrano to range find. Taylor using the jab, stepping to her left, but both fighters falling short to start the fight. This is the slowest round of their rivalry so far. By far the slowest round of their rivalry. A feeling out round. Both fighters short with their jabs to start this fight. Short with the right hand is Taylor. Short with the jab is Serrano. Short with the left hand is Serrano. 30 seconds left in the round. Nothing to choose from. 30 seconds left. Both fighters just being short with their jab. Feeling each other out. Taylor with a lead straight right hand touches the guard a little bit of Serrano and another lead right hand. Serrano blocks it. Serrano short with a pawing double jab. Taylor, like Pacquiao, bouncing around, threatening with that feint, but not jumping in with anything yet. Both fighters, no one getting touched this round. Straight left hand lands for Serrano a little bit on the shoulder of Taylor. Taylor tried to touch her with the straight right hand. Both fighters just kind of touching the shoulder. Serrano closing the round on the front foot and getting off first. Serrano wins the round. There was no clean punches to pick from, but Serrano, with nothing happening in the last 20, 30 seconds, picked it up just a little bit, came forward a little bit more, and on an MVP card tonight where that round could literally go either way, I think it's a Serrano round. 10-9 Serrano. Yeah, they were out of range for a whole round. That was one of those, like, that was like what Barrera and Morales did in their second fight. Like, oh man, I am not trying. Hey, bro, you trying to go to war like we did last time? Nah, I ain't trying to do all that right away. Yeah, I feel you. Let's have a little silent agreement here. No, that's not what they were doing, but it did remind me a little bit of Morales Barrera too, where they're like, I'm not trying to go to war tonight. I'm trying to box. So, hell no, Sean. Katie won. It wasn't that kind of round, Reddit stories. Nothing happened. Double jab by Serrano to start the round. Falls short. Pawing with her straight left hand, falls short. Taylor blocks the jab. But Serrano and Netflix did score that first round for Taylor 10-9. So, but I thought there was almost nothing to choose from. All right, round 2, more the same. Serrano gets countered by a short little left hook by Taylor. Serrano trying to double up her jab and a little touch left hook touches her. Taylor, lead right hand, shooting the jab, falling short. Serrano gets her jab blocked. So first 40 seconds, edge to Taylor on that left hook. But not anything like their first 2 fights. There's just not a lot to choose from right now. Not a lot of action. Taylor bouncing up and down, stepping over to her left. Serrano not applying the kind of pressure she did in the first fight. Taylor, 1-2, falls short. Jab falls short, but he gets a little closer on the angle, steps to her left. Serrano shoots a straight left hand to the chest, but falls short. Taylor moves out to her left. Taylor's lead right hand touches Serrano a little bit through the high guard. Double jab, straight left hand to the chest by Serrano, falls short. Taylor counters with a check left hook as Serrano lands on the chest with her left hand. But good check left hook again. Taylor finding something with the step back left hand right now in this round. 30 seconds left in the round. Taylor's round. Serrano touches the chest with a left hand. Falls short with the jab. Taylor is finding something with that quick little left hook on the back foot. 20 seconds left. Taylor steps out to her right. Serrano trying to come forward a little bit more now, but really not getting her volume up there. Falling short with the jab. Lead right hand lands for Taylor. Serrano seems to have wanted to make an adjustment for round 3 and not give Taylor the same look. Not just come in applying the same pressure she did in the first 2, but that adjustment wasn't working in round 2, and Taylor was a step ahead. Her trying to be tactical on the outside, Taylor is just a step ahead with the foot speed and hand speed. Her left hook, touch left hook, not like she's getting great leverage and hurting Serrano with it, but she found her with it on the back foot a couple of times. And it seemed like towards the end of the second round, Serrano begrudgingly began to think to herself, fuck it, fuck this adjustment. I might just have to do what I do best and get back and just go after her and put. But there, I say begrudging because you know that fell short the first 2 times, as effective as it was in spots. So we'll see. I got it 19-19. The first round could have went either way. There was almost nothing to choose from. Second round for Taylor, 19-19. Rod says he feels like the fight is about to bust wide open. I don't know. I feel like we might be... If Serrano turns up the pressure like the first 2 fights, yeah, we'll get to where we were the first 2, but this feels more tactical. It has been more tactical. Round 3. Those were by far the 2 slowest rounds Taylor and Serrano have fought to this point. Serrano now coming forward to start. Short with her jab. Coming with the jab. And Netflix gave that last round to Serrano. They got it backwards. I have it the other... Either way, they have it 1-1. There's no way Serrano won that round. But I thought she won the first, and they gave it to Taylor. So, but Serrano is very short with her jab, and everything she's throwing right now is well short of the chin of Katie Taylor. Taylor short with her 1-2. She's not setting the world on fire either. Left hand to the body, falls short for Serrano. Jab falls short for Serrano. Lead left hand finds the chest of Katie Taylor, but Katie Taylor lands her jab for Serrano touching that chest, opening herself up by letting the backhand go. Serrano applying pressure. Taylor, though, allowing the pace to be slower. It's not making Taylor speed up and throw get-off-me punches. But Serrano is coming forward this round. Lead left hand by Serrano falls short. Good combination by Katie Taylor. Backs Serrano off, but Serrano comes back with lead left hands and then knifes in a left uppercut to the body and lands a left hand out of the clinch. So good work there by Serrano. 37 seconds in the round. Slight edge to Serrano coming forward, and that left hand barrage a couple of seconds ago. Short with the sweeping left hand of Serrano. Taylor beginning to be sped up now by the pressure of Serrano. Not able to fight it, just keep things slow and calm. Serrano ever so slightly speeding her up a little bit, making her burn a little bit more energy. But Katie Taylor has got gear. She could turn it up a notch, 2 notch, 3 notches. Serrano getting underneath the right hand counter of Taylor and touches the body. Good left hook counter by Taylor, but Serrano punctuates the exchange. Taylor clinches Serrano into the ropes and lands a left hook, but I think Serrano got the crowd's attention more and got the better shots off. Better leverage on her punches. 2 rounds to 1 for Amanda Serrano. 29-28. So, no, I'm sorry, Dad's Army. And Katie ain't kicking butt. And Marshall Z has a 2-1 Katie. I could see a 2-1 Katie. The first round, there was almost nothing to pick from at all. I thought round 2 was Katie, and I thought round 3 was Serrano. Taylor landed a few shots on Serrano, but Serrano punctuated their exchange with batter intentions on her shots, and I thought she got a little bit of the better of those sequences. So I got 29-28 Serrano. So Marshall says I actually want Serrano. Marshall's keeping it real. He's got 2-1 Katie. All right, round 4. Fight did start to heat up there in the last minute of the third. First 2 rounds extremely slow. Round 4, Katie with that bounce to start. Amanda feels like she got into a groove a little bit to close the third. Let's see what happens now in the fourth. Serrano 1-2s falling short. Just meant 1-2s falling well short. Almost like she knows they're going to fall short. And she's just setting something up. Now she takes the angle on the double jab. Netflix has it 2-1 for Serrano. 1-2s falling short for Serrano. But it's like she's just doing enough to keep Katie occupied on the outside. She wants to freeze her out there so she can control her. 1-2 from Serrano again. 1-2 to the body by Taylor. But Serrano is dictating right now, just even with those 1-2s falling short. Katie's being forced to react to Serrano. Serrano backing Taylor up. Taylor with a lead right hand lands. Serrano not able to get her back. Another lead right hand for Taylor, but Serrano rolling some of the steam off of those 2 lead right hands. Minute left in the 4th. Taylor smart there for not allowing Serrano to keep speeding her up. She slowed it down. Throws a couple of lead right hands. Center ring, lead right hand for Taylor, falling short on the chest. Nice straight left hand to the body for Amanda Serrano. They're boxing tonight. It's a chess match. Taylor with a lead right hand, but Serrano tries to counter with a left hand counter. 1-2 by Serrano, falls short. Serrano, though, is backing Taylor up. Gets out of the way of the lead right hand by Taylor. Comes back with a little straight left hand to the body. Nice check left hook by Taylor as she moves out to her left. Serrano trying to touch her with the lead hand. Serrano getting underneath the 2-piece by Taylor. Good defense by Serrano tonight. Lead right hook by Serrano, touches Taylor, but Taylor catches him. A straight right hand to the body by Katie Taylor with 10 seconds left. Serrano falls short with a left hand. Flurry by Katie Taylor. Serrano moves her head out of the way. You know, on an MVP card, guys, with Serrano's really the A side, that's the kind of round she might get. It was very close. I got it either 39-37 or 38-38 even or 3-1 Serrano. It's the optics of it. Taylor actually landed a couple of lead right hands, but the optics of the ring generalship, of Serrano coming forward and getting off first, you know, when you're not really, it's not like your lead right hand knocked her head up or knocked the sweat off or turned her head around. Like, yeah, I think you landed it when I'm watching it in real time, but it was nothing clean, super effective. So when Serrano's dictating 2 minutes of the 2-minute round and you know, that kind of stuff, when there's not a lot to choose from, judges edge people that way. So I got it either even or Serrano ahead 3-1. I think even is about fair, though. Neither fighter has taken a hold of the fight and has separated themselves at all yet. So 5th round, by far the most boring fight of their trilogy so far, but it's a tactical fight. Nice double jab by Serrano, and Netflix has it even, 38-38. Good 2 straight right hands by Katie Taylor that time. Not a lot of power on him. Now she leads with the left hook, gets off first in that combination. 20 landed punches for Taylor, 19 for Serrano, but Serrano with 136 punches thrown and just 84 for Taylor. So that's what I mean, that edge and accuracy could be offset by Serrano coming forward and being a little busier. Taylor right now with her right hand is a little bit more accurate than Serrano in the 5th, but Serrano continues to come forward, straight left hand to the body. She's getting off first. You're letting her outwork you and dictate the ring generalship a little bit. And Serrano that time got in a right hook, got in the left hand. She found the openings in the exchange that time when both fighters opened up, and that's while backing Taylor up. Taylor is backing up. Taylor got to start to... She saved some gas, it feels like, for later in the fight. She's got to use some of it now. She just did a combination a second ago. Nothing landed. Serrano getting her back to touch the ropes more now in the 5th. Missing with left-hand body shots, but she's the boss in there. Taylor tries to come back after a sweeping left hand touches her. Tries to come back with a flurry, but none of it too effective. Taylor ain't doing enough on the back foot. You're letting Serrano dictate and get off first and put the pressure on you. So you ain't landing enough clean shots on the back foot to offset that, in my opinion. I think Serrano's ahead halfway through the fight. We got 5 seconds left in the 5th, and we're about to enter the second half of a very tactical rubber match between these two women. I think Serrano's ahead. I think Serrano's a little ahead. Taylor got to step it up a little bit. She's not doing enough. Serrano ain't being very effective herself. You know, it's been overall a disappointing third fight, but Serrano, again, is busier, and she's coming forward. And without a whole lot of clean, effective punches to pick, what else are you left to pick from? Work rate, ring generalship. Well, that favors Serrano. So Taylor is on her bike just waiting to counter. That's not enough, says the DZ6. What's up, brother? Good to see you in here. And my wife is the one who called it all along.
Is it boring?
They're halfway through, and it's been by far the most boring fight. My wife Samantha said she had a feeling that the third fight wouldn't be as good as the first two. I don't. So she know. No, not yet. We're in the 6th.
Oh, okay.
Come.
Well, there's still time.
Hey, baby.
We're gonna throw them in the bath.
Okay, go ahead. All right, family just came back from the pool. I got Serrano ahead 48-47. Here we go, round 6. Serrano short with the jab. She's been short all night, but it's activity. And it's at least keeping Taylor occupied on the outside, and she can't just jump in freely when she wants to. Serrano backing Taylor up, falling short with all her work. Oh, good straight right hand by Katie Taylor, but that's becoming the story of the fight. Do those occasional straight right hands by Taylor offset 30 to 40 seconds of Serrano coming forward and getting off first? Missing, but Serrano's 1-2s falling short, jab falling short, but Taylor is not throwing anything. Hard left hand to the chest against Taylor. Taylor flurries in the corner, but those are like get off me punches. Minute left in the 6th. It's not Taylor's fight. This isn't Taylor in control of the positioning and the tactics of the fight. Serrano short with the jab again, but she punched straight left hand to the body by Serrano. That's a good straight left hand to the body by Serrano. Taylor on the back foot. Now her scowl has left her a little bit. Straight right hand, left hook by Katie Taylor, but no real leverage on it and not landing on the money. Serrano backs her on the ropes, sweeps the left hand, touches her with the jab up top. Taylor moves off the ropes, but Serrano is working up a head of steam on the front foot now. Serrano pawing with the jab, setting up another. Ooh, a headbutt by both fighters. Taylor getting the better of that skirmish. Taylor stepping over to the left, gets underneath the right hook on the ropes, gets back to the center of the ring. 10 seconds left. Straight right hand by Taylor, blocked by Serrano. Serrano blocking the lead right hand that time. 1-2 falls short by Serrano near the bell. Serrano lands a little bit of a jab that knocks Taylor a little off balance. That's a Serrano round. I got it 58-56 Serrano. Serrano is winning the fight. AP says, yes, those right hands are going to win her the fight. I don't think so. I don't think so. Katie is sharper to me. Giovanni Quintero. Yeah, I mean, her straight right hand and all, but she ain't doing enough, man. She ain't doing enough. She's getting outworked, and she's getting backed up in another girl's hometown on another girl's promotion. It's not usually a good formula. They show the straight right hand on the replay of Netflix. Yes, that straight right hand landing clean. They show it on the replay, and then they show Netflix. They show a headbutt between both fighters. So, to those of you in the chat saying Taylor may win this fight on those lead right hands, as few and far between as they may be, Netflix did just show the slow-mo of that lead right hand by Taylor. I got it 58-56, 4-2. So here we go, round 7. Serrano dropping the lead hand and coming forward with a little bit more motion and feints and a little bit more smoking Joe Frazier rhythm. Drops her lead hand, and Netflix has the same score I have, 4-2 for Serrano. Serrano coming forward, takes the angles to the right, to the left, short with her jab, but she's not just coming in the way Taylor was able to fight off of her aggression in the first two. She's being tactical and being smart, and it's not as exciting a fight, but it's working a little bit there for Serrano. Taylor looking a little tired. Taylor misses a 1-2. Serrano touches with the jab. Serrano using more head movement this round. Feels like she could set up a pull counter. They trade their brick hands, but Serrano is the fresher fighter, feigning more, pawing with her jab more. Serrano stepping over to her left, shoots the up jab. Taylor bouncing up and down. getting frozen on the outside sometimes. 2 straight right hands by Taylor, both missed the mark. Serrano, good defense, gets her head off the line. Taylor with a good flurry to Serrano's chest. Another straight right hand to Serrano's chest. Serrano short with the jab. Short with the straight left hand. Taylor misses her looping right hand. 30 seconds left in the round. Close round. Close round. Not a lot to choose from in this fight, guys. Just not a lot of clean, effective punches being landed. At all. At all. Serrano short with a 1-2. Short with a 1-2 again. Taylor comes back, lands a right hand, but it's like a get off me punch. And that'll do it for the 7th. That's a swing round. Not a lot happened. Seriously. Not a lot happened. I think Serrano's ahead. There's not a lot, again, I'm going to keep saying it. There's not a lot to choose from. And one fighter's coming forward, throwing more punches, and that fighter actually happens to have the promoter promoting the show. So I think Serrano's winning this fight. Katie is throwing this fight to get a 4th payday. No, I think Serrano, even though it hasn't been great to watch, her short 1-2s and her jab that just keeps falling short, but she's almost throwing it knowing it's going to fall short so that she doesn't reach. So she stays in defensive position. She stays balanced. And it's almost like the adjustment is like, let me fall short with the shot to keep her occupied on the outside so she can't just jump in Pacquiao style. And yeah, that's like a slight adjustment from Serrano. It's keeping Taylor neutralized. And she's not reaching for the shot. She knows it's going to fall short. So she's like, all right, jump in since I fell short. And then I'll be in balance to actually, punch if you do jump in with that. So Netflix has it 4-3 for Serrano. I think that's a good card. First 30 seconds, more tactical stuff in the center of the ring. Both fighters falling short. Good straight right hand by Taylor. Made Serrano come forward with a double jab and just sniped her with a little straight right hand down the pipe. Not a lot of leverage on these shots by Taylor at times. Serrano bouncing up and down. Blocks a straight right hand from Taylor. Now Serrano keeping her hands home, playing defense. Taylor, see, when Serrano doesn't preoccupy her with those punches that fall short, Taylor's able to bounce around and then pick the time she wants to jump in with the lead right hand. Serrano missing with the left hand, short with the jab. Taylor's back near the ropes but not touching the ropes. Slides out to her right, slides out to her left. Now she's back in the center of the ring to her right. Throws her jab. Serrano falling short all round right now. Taylor not very busy herself, the occasional lead right hand. They trade right there. Taylor with a good catch. Caught the left hand over the top with her right glove and touched Serrano. Good check left hook by Katie Taylor with her back near the ropes with 30 seconds left. Serrano still coming forward, but Taylor outboxing her a little bit this round and making her miss a lot. 15 seconds left. Taylor, though, on the back foot a lot and not punching a lot. And sometimes you don't win decisions doing that. All right, end of 8 rounds. Could be even. I got Serrano ahead 5-3. Could be even. There hasn't been a lot to choose from. So, hola, mommy.
Hola.
Would you like to say hello to my audience? No. No. This is my wife is giving my kids a bath, and I got my mother-in-law, Unice, the beautiful Unice.
Hi, how you doing?
That's right, man. She's from the same hometown as Marco Antonio Barrera and those guys. So
Mexico City.
Mexico City, baby. So.
Have a good one.
Thank you, mommy. All right. So, yeah, they show the straight right hand. I think that was a Taylor round. It could be. I'm fine with even. 76-76. Yeah, that was definitely a Taylor round. So either 76-76 or 77-75 Serrano based on coming forward and being a little busier. 9th round, 2 rounds left. Serrano short with the jab, but pumping it. Taylor, straight right hand, fast. But Serrano, good defense tonight. Got out of the way of that punch. And Netflix has Serrano up 77-75. It's either that or even. Round 8, Taylor threw only 15 punches and landed 3. That's what I mean. She is not getting off tonight. Hardly at all. Taylor is known for what? Her combination punching. Check left hook lands for Taylor, though, as Serrano tries to land a straight left hand. Taylor short with the right hand. Serrano short with the left hand. They fence with their jabs. Lead right hand for Taylor. Sneaks in a little bit. 1-2 falls short for Serrano. Straight left, hard straight left hand to the chest. 2 straight left hands to the chest for Serrano. Then a straight left hand gets in, but she eats a lead left hand by Taylor. But Serrano, another straight left hand to the chest, but she's eating a lead hand counter, but another straight left hand to the chest. And these are almost like scoring shots, even though it's not quite to the body or the head. Those straight left hands to the chest look like they hurt from Serrano. Good jab lands for Serrano. They get into a headbutt. Taylor lands a shot of her own. Straight right hand lands for Taylor in the center of the ring, but Serrano misses a 1-2. Another straight right hand touches for Taylor. Taylor is landing these straight right hands like the Cubans do in the Olympic system, where there's no real power on it. They just touch you with it, and then they raise their hand to the judge to tell them, I landed it. It's like an amateur style right hand, but it's landing. 10 seconds left. Close round. I think it's Serrano, man. I think the judges are gonna favor her aggression and her activity. It's not that she's really landed. I mean, the best punches she landed that round were left hands to the chest. She didn't even touch the body or the head. And Taylor did touch her to the head a couple times, but I do mean touch. And again, Serrano's face is clean as a whistle. This is a girl who busts up in a lot of fights. So that tells you Taylor is not landing a lot of hard shots, if at all, in this fight. So we're headed to the last round. It's been a dull fight compared to the first 2 by far. But I do think Serrano is probably about to win this fight. Taylor just hasn't done enough. And the ring generalship and the activity of Serrano, I think, is going to nick her this fight. Taylor lost that edge midway through the fight. She became wide-eyed and tired, and like that scowl she came in with kind of quickly left her face in this fight. So here we go. Serrano coming out, pumping the jab. Pumping the double jab again. 1-2. Taylor just looking to throw one right hand at a time. Serrano keeps stepping over to her right, getting lead foot position and pumping the jab, even though it's not landing. Netflix has it 5-4 for Serrano, so they only have Serrano ahead of point. Straight right hand to the body lands for Taylor. 58 landed punches for Serrano, 57 for Taylor, but Serrano has thrown 340 punches and Taylor only 200, so she's been outworked. Straight right hand lands for Taylor. Serrano coming back forward, just falling short with everything tonight, but straight left hand finds the body for Serrano. Taylor trying to flurry with nice left hook lands for Taylor. In the exchange, minute left in the fight. Serrano coming forward, moving her head. Straight right hand lands for Taylor, though, as she tries to come forward and move her head. 1-2 lands for Serrano. Taylor bouncing up. Straight right hand by Taylor. Flurry by Taylor lands. Nice 1-2 by Taylor. Taylor getting off a little bit here. Serrano falling short with her punches. She wants to make one last imprint to take this thing home. Taylor not quite letting her do it. Crowd is on their feet. Despite it not being a great fight, crowd's on their feet. Serrano coming forward, falling short with shots. Taylor not super busy, but been more accurate than Serrano this round. Left hook lands for Taylor as she lets a combination go with Serrano coming forward. Serrano trying to target the body, not getting there. 10 seconds left in this fight, maybe in this rivalry. Taylor, a little bit the cleaner work that 10th round. I'll give it to her. I got it either a draw or 96-94 Amanda Serrano. I suspect Serrano's going to get this decision. James McKellen says, good commentating, kid. Appreciate it, my brother. Thank you. Dalton Judge said this is running. Crom says 5-5. All right, let me ask you guys who won that. Hold on. Let me start a poll. I think it's either 5-5 or Serrano won. I think Serrano won. I think in a fight like a shitty fight like this where there's not a lot of clean, effective punches to pick from, I think you give it to the busier fighter who pushed the pace more. So I give it to Serrano. All right. Boom. Let me know, Chad, who'd you have it for? The youth said Katie could have won that 6-4. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm giving Katie Taylor 6 rounds, throwing one punch at a time in retreat for 3/4 of the fight. I don't know, man. Draw, sure. Because I don't think she won, but I'm not convinced Amanda won either. It's just somebody's got to win and someone's got to lose, and I think that's Serrano. But I'd be okay with a draw. But I think Serrano pulled this one out. So we'll see what we got. 6-4 Serrano, 6-4 Serrano. Draw. Yeah, that was radio quality, Sean. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Boring fight, but Taylor pulled a Sugar Ray Leonard. Maybe. Oh, you stole the rounds? Thank you for the super chat, Matt Borgeson. Matt says, Katie won. The fact that Serrano's corner told her she was ahead every round is a problem. That seemed to be the game plan tonight, though, Matt. They wanted to box Katie Taylor. They decided we've taken the pressure as far as it can go. We can't knock her out. So Netflix has it a draw. Netflix's final card is a draw. So shout out to Netflix. They're not trying to skew it towards the MVP fighter, Serrano. But I think between Taylor getting 2 close calls already, and this is another close call fight, and Serrano's got the promoter, and Serrano was I think Serrano's going to win this fight. I'd be surprised if she doesn't get the decision. And Taylor's face is a little bit more busted up than Serrano's too, to illustrate that she probably pulled this out. So let's see what we get. Just waiting on the decision now. Katie's accuracy won that fight in my eyes. I hear you. Her lead right hands, but she wasn't snapping the head around. It wasn't that consistent. They were few and far between. So I don't think clean, effective punching really won this fight because there wasn't a whole lot of it happening. So the other scoring criteria favors Serrano. Let's see. I think Taylor's I don't know, man. Taylor's almost 40 years old. She's been in a lot of wars. Late in these fights, it looks less and less like she can go to the well. Because she has to go to the well in these Chantel Cameron, Serrano fights. There's only so many times you could do that. Let's see what we got. 10 rounds. First card's a draw, 95-95. The other two judges see it 97-93, not even 96-94. That's going to be Serrano. Oh, Katie Taylor! Wow! Damn. Katie Taylor, 3-zip, and that's all. That's it, and that's all. I'm not that mad. I said I thought Serrano. I'm not mad, though. I don't care. That fight wasn't that good. And, all right, they're done. Katie wins, 3-0. There's going to be people that argue that Serrano won 3-0 in all 3 fights. That does suck that Katie literally got the benefit of the doubt all 3 times. Her face is more bruised than Serrano. She got out hustled, but she won because, like a lot of you said in the chat, at the end of the day, Taylor landed the straight right hand, and that was enough to win it. Even if it was few and far between, Serrano almost landed nothing up top. Even with Nick in her eye, she just didn't land a lot up top. I thought Serrano won, but I'm not I'm not that sad. Stephanie Ray, thank you so much for the super chat. Stephanie Ray, thank you. Dropping $50 on us. You're a baller. She said, thank your fam for sharing your time. Great night. Oh, thank you, Stephanie. So, yes, that was nice. Ma, this woman gave us $50 and just for commentating the fights. So, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
We all appreciate it. You know, these kids are going to burn through your super chat very quickly with lollipops and stuff tomorrow at Disneyland. But thank you, Stephanie. Matt Borgeson said, I will say, rematch it with no commentary. Taylor won this. You'll see. Yeah, I'm not mad at that, Matt. I see the argument for her winning. I just thought, I was mentioning throughout my scorecard the politics of it all. I thought rounds like that, those close rounds were going to go Serrano's way. But ultimately, if you didn't really land much and you fell short with your punches all night and this girl did snipe you with some right hands, I'm not crying robbery. It wasn't that good of a fight. You could argue all three of these fights kind of could have went either way, but Taylor gets the benefit of the doubt for all three. Clearly, these professional judges have seen what they need to see, that she is ever so slightly the superior fighter to Serrano, but it is what it is. Big Bird said Serrano won. Y'all must have been blind. The pressure was from Amanda the whole fight. I thought she won the fight, but it's not. When you've hardly landed significant, clean, effective punches, I'm not going to cry robbery for you or anything, you know? And yeah, now they hug again, but my wife called it. My wife said, "Oh, their third fight's not going to be as good as the first two." And I go, "Yeah, no, come on. They can't help each other. That you put them in 10 fights, they're going to put on a good fight. It's just their styles." But wifey called it. I'm curious to see how this fight did commercially. Dalton Judge, thank you for the super chat, brother. He said, "If Shakur fights like Katie fought tonight, they'll kill him, Sean. You're becoming my favorite voice in boxing. Keep going." Well, to be fair to Katie, thank you, brother. To be fair to Katie, she's fresh off like Mad Wars. So she's entitled to run excessively and throw and pot shot to try to pull one out, right? But I get your point, right? Katie won't get drug as much as Shakur would for winning a fight that way. It's on Zepeda to execute better pressure than Serrano did. Serrano, she took a gamble tonight with her tactics. Her and Jordan seemed to say, let's play chess tonight. We've done as much as we can. I don't even think it was that they weren't down to apply the pressure. They wanted to find a way to apply the pressure in a different way. I remember Kenny Porter, when Sean fought Adrian, he told me the game plan was for the first 2 rounds, I don't want Sean to apply the pressure. Because if we apply the pressure, in Kenny's words, that motherfucker's going to be running all night. Kenny didn't even talk like that. He said his ass is going to be running all night. And so what I want Sean to do is to come out and box with Adrian so Adrian gets comfortable. He said, because once a fighter gets comfortable in the pocket a little bit, it's harder for them to switch gears and then, go back to the movement and all that. So maybe that's a little bit of what Serrano was trying to do tonight was, hey, let's not just give her what she's expecting and maybe what she wants right out the gates and just volume and pressure. She's going to run us into her combinations like she did the first 2 times. Let's have her take a step forward. Let's have her jump in. And then once she jumps in one time too many, gets a little overzealous, now we got her exchanging more on our terms instead of constantly pursuing her and letting her get off, fire off a combination. Obviously, they made some tactical adjustments tonight, and I thought it may have worked. I thought it may have sucked all the fun out of the fight, but may have actually finally got them the win they were looking for. But ultimately, it didn't get it done. So it is what it is. I think Serrano's an all-time great. I think Puerto Rico considers her a hero in boxing and considers her, male or female, one of their great fighters. And she'll probably be a sympathetic figure for her fans and Puerto Ricans. They feel like she got the raw deal against the white girl and all that, but it is what it is. I don't think the demand is there for a 4th fight, though, because this fight just couldn't reach anywhere near the highs of their first 2 fights. So Thank you again, by the way, Stephanie Ray. I just had to thank you again. And Dalton, thank you too, brother, for the super chat. Back to Dalton. I mean, at the end of the day, though, if that's what Shakur has to do to win, if he can win doing what Katie did tonight over losing in the pocket, get the W. Do what you got to do. Don't worry about assholes like me and saying it may not have been the most impressive performance. The W always comes first. Although it's funny, old school fighters used to say sometimes when you win in boxing, you really lose, and the other way around. And they meant about life. Like, sometimes losing a fight gives you the humbling you need in life as a man, as a woman. And then sometimes winning a fight in the ring is going to send you to a more, arrogant, narcissistic place. So you actually lost. It actually was. So, but anyways, besides that deep point, winning is the ultimate thing. So Shakur, if he can't beat Zepeda in the pocket, I got a feeling, though, he's going to have to beat Zepeda for long stretches in the pocket. That he won't be able to limit his output pot shot with one punch at a time. Maybe, but I think Shakur has acknowledged that this ain't Oscar Valdez. It's a different style. He's not going to be able to just do what he did with Valdez. He said this. Remember what Floyd told Devin years ago? He said, keep the fight on the outside. Keep the fight. Don't take punishment. He goes, but remember he said, some motherfuckers are just going to close the gap. They're going to close the gap, and you're going to have to fight. And I think that's what Shakur anticipates against Zepeda. And that's why I keep saying, let your hands go in this fight. Let us see you counterpunch in the pocket, not just make him miss, make him pay, because I think he's going to have to. So we'll see what happens. Dalton Judge said, but that's running, though, Sean. Don't get me wrong. I had Katie winning 6-4, but that was running. That was almost like what Haney did for us. It wasn't efficient. It wasn't professional, efficient work, stepping around, making her miss with the upper body movement, boom, bang, bang, no, it was amateurish, and that's why people say Katie Taylor, as great as she is, as decorated as she is, still kind of fights like an amateur. Even Michaela Mayer told me that she moves around with excessive movement, bounces around, and usually throws 6-7 punch combinations like amateur Olympic style. But tonight she pot shotted with the right hand, but she kind of did like the Cubans do, where they throw the backhand and one at a time, move around, stall out the fight, land the backhand, do that to the judges. That's kind of what she did tonight. But Jack is noting that Amanda landed nothing. Well, she had to land something because there was a little nick under Katie's eye, but maybe that was a headbutt. She landed some good body shots, but you're right. In terms of shots up top, she virtually, landed nothing. But people are hypocrites. Shakur and Haney and Skull throw more punches than Katie, and they call them runners. Well, but bro, Katie Taylor been in like a half dozen wars with Delphine Persuna, Amanda Serrano, and Chantel Cameron. Like, they haven't. The Skull and Haney and Stevenson. Haney was in a war with Lomachenko. I thought that should have won Fight of the Year. The second fight with Kambosos, the Jojo Diaz fight. Haney been in some fights, but Stevenson not as much. And as good as some of those Haney fights were, they weren't Fight of the Year caliber. Lomachenko was, but Katie's been in multiple. So you can't hit her with the runner. People charge her with the Olympic style, with the amateur style. People say that even when she wins, so she gets that critique. But you can't hit her with that runner stuff when the girl been in Fight of the Years, multiple Fight of the Years, wars, bloody wars. Girls fought with a broken jaw, that's what I think. So, if Amanda was Mexican, she would have been a way better fighter. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know. Taylor has nothing to prove now. Well, she didn't. No, she doesn't. I mean, there will always be people who feel like she was fortunate in these Serrano scoring fights, but no, she's great. She's a legend. I still think Shields is better than her, pound for pound, and is the best, but whatever. I mean, they're both great. So Ireland is celebrating. It's more the same. Taylor won, but she'll still have people who didn't think she won. So it's more the same. But at the end of the day, 3-0 in black and white. Katie Taylor, she won. You said, Samantha, come here. Why don't you break it down? Because you're the one who said the third fight would be boring and that Taylor would win. Why did you know that? Can you tell me? Can you enlighten me now? Why did you know this was going to happen?
Because she's Katie Taylor. I don't know. I just had a feeling. I've always liked her. She's very, she's just, I can't really tell you. I just had a sense about her. Very hardworking. Well, I've always just liked her.
Yeah.
Grit.
Her grit. She's a dog.
She's a dog.
Serrano is too. Hey, it's your East LA girl, Sinisa Estrada, on the broadcast.
What's her nickname?
Super bad.
Super bad.
What time am I on tomorrow? I will be on for the start of the whole card, starting with Morel and Katayev. We're going to take it from the top and do all 4 fights. I can't wait. So, someone said woman's intuition.
Huh?
All right, well, I got to put some kids to sleep. Thank you guys for joining me on this live. I know there's a lot of lives out there, so I appreciate you guys choosing mine to rock with me. And, yeah, I thought Serrano out-hustled her, but I guess I was wrong. I guess the lead right hands were enough to win Taylor and give her up 3-zip. I'm not protesting. It is what it is. So, but I do have a super chat from Dalton Judge. Thank you, brother. Said, Sean, not to change the subject, but what is your take on Inoue versus Murtajan Akhmadaliev? Inoue is, to me, Inoue is, he's the best fighter in the world in terms of ability, but takes a lot of chances. Even his dad acknowledges that. And against a great counterpuncher like Murtajan Akhmadaliev, if he's getting counterpunched by Neri and Cardenas, who aren't, they're good. They know how to punch it between punches. Especially Neri's a counterpuncher a bit, but Murtajan is like a counterpuncher. So, you know, stylistically, you could see it could give Inoue fits, but Inoue, the reason why I said ability-wise he's the best fighter in the world is I don't think there's any fighter that has a more special talent than he does right now, in terms of speed, punching power, reflexes, foot speed, punch selection, body shots. I think all the ability, he has more ability than any fighter on the planet right now. That doesn't mean he is the best fighter on the planet pound for pound, because Usyk and Crawford and Bivol, to me, fight more intelligently. And his own father acknowledges that his son has all the hand and foot speed and skills in the world to take less risks and shut fighters out on the cards, but Inoue loves the knockout. And I'm interested to see how he goes about that with Murtajan Akhmadaliev, who more than any other style wants to take advantage of Inoue's recklessness at times. So, but Inoue is smart enough, and definitely his father too, to know that's what Akhmadaliev wants. And that's why Inoue seems to be placing so much emphasis publicly on his preparation for this fight. He tweeted a couple days ago, he knows this is going to be his toughest fight, I believe, and he's sharing all the sparring he's getting in the lead up to it. So I'm curious to see if Inoue has a slightly different approach for MJ, for Murtajan Akhmadaliev. If he goes, you know what? I'm not running red lights tonight. I'm keeping it a little tight and a little smart for you because you're a hell of a counterpuncher. And if Inoue does that and wins a decision, say he doesn't, you know what I mean, do his typical Inoue, get the stoppage and all that, that might be more impressive than anything he's done since Fulton, because it'll have shown a wrinkle of IQ in his game. Not that he hasn't shown thus far, but it would show a new wrinkle of IQ in his game. So we'll see. Chikian, my boy JJJ said, I've always said MJ was going to be Inoue's hardest fight. I'm really excited. I think if Inoue fights the way he's been fighting, he's begging to get a counter from Akhmadaliev. But I got a feeling Papa Shingo Inoue and Naoya Inoue will say, well, that's why we're not going for that. We're going to be smart. And I'm interested to see how he approaches that. So Serrano needs to change trainers. You know, it's funny, Jordan, when I saw he was in this Bouncer documentary, I'm like, oh man, questionable character, right? But in that documentary, when they showed him boxing in the gym, I was like, oh shit. Amanda Serrano holds her hands the same way Jordan does. I got to give props to Jordan. He's a good trainer. He's left his imprint on his fighter. She's like 36 years old with over 50 professional fights. They're going to ride and die together at this point, as they should. If MJ couldn't make it past the Paulus, I don't buy the hype. That's pretty simple, Rod. But you know, styles make fights, and you know, just because fighter A beat fighter B, and you know what I mean. So maybe Akhmadaliev has the kryptonite stylistically. I think he's more dangerous than Tapales. But still, you make a good point. Like, at the end of the day, he lost to Marlon Tapales. He's not beating Naoya Inoue. You could style, make fight it all you want. He ain't doing it. I'm with you. I think Inoue wins. So, who do I got for next weekend? Manny or Mario? I got Mario. I just think time, man. Like, so here's how I envision the fight. I think Pacquiao looks kind of like Pacquiao early. And I think Barrios is tight. I think Barrios will almost maybe like be ready to shit himself. Like, oh fuck, I'm fighting Manny. I thought I was fighting old Manny. I'm fighting Manny. Kind of have that Keith Thurman moment early in the fight. But I think Father Time shows up in two crucial ways against Pacquiao. Punch resistance. I think maybe it's really going to be the first time he gets hit that reminds Mario and Manny and everybody, he's 46. It's going to be, I think that first real right hand Barrios hits him with might drop Pacquiao. I literally think the first straight right hand Barrios lands might drop Pacquiao. And I could see that happening kind of like Leonard Camacho style, Norris Camacho style. I kind of think that's what we're going to get, is like when Leonard fought Camacho and Norris. But Pacquiao does have a chance, because I think but what I was going to say, the other crucial way Father Time shows up is going to be punch resistance and conditioning. So I think after 3, 4, or 5 rounds, that age is going to hit Manny tough conditioning wise. And Manny, who's already not fundamentally sound, gets away with a lot of crazy stuff because of the special talent and athleticism he once had. I think the quicker his conditioning deteriorates, the quicker his technique and form deteriorates, and the easier he's going to be to pick off for Barrios. Kind of like what happened with Ugas once he got tired. But I think it's going to be even worse now, 4 years later. There's still a chance, because no other fighter, I'll say this a few more times before next Saturday, no other fighter in my lifetime has proven me wrong more than Manny Pacquiao. So he would just be doing what he's always done to me. But I think the way he wins the fight is like the Thurman fight. He comes out with a head of steam, gets off to a fast start, and either stops Barrios or hurts him and drops him, and has Barrios timid the rest of the night, so that a 46-year-old Pacquiao could kind of just manage his way through the rest of the fight after making an explosive imprint early. And then he just kind of finds a way, manages his energy. Barrios is timid, and that's how Pacquiao can win. Either that or just an early knockout. While he still has some Manny juice left in him early, he just kind of throws it at Barrios and gets him out of there. But I think what's likely, what I keep thinking is going to happen is Pacquiao will get off to a good start, but it'll be the minute he eats his first straight right hand, it's going to dramatically change the fight. I think he gets knocked down by the right hand of Barrios, and after that is Barrios' fight. Or even if Barrios doesn't land that shot, Manny will slow down after 3 rounds, and that'll allow Barrios to work his way into the fight and eventually win. So we'll see. Pacquiao's going to knock out Barrios. Watch it. I have $100 on that. It says Victor Valdez. I mean, he might. He's Manny. Nobody has achieved the impossible more than he has. Mo Slim said, Sean, you still need to see the doctor about those 20 daily trips to the restroom, brother. I do, but for some reason we were good on this live. For some reason. So, damn, I forgot Pacheco's fighting next week. Yeah, we got Usyk, Dubois.
I'm gonna get it for you 1 second.
What's up, Leo? What's up? Were you fresh out the shower? All right. But all right, chat. I will catch everyone later. God bless yous. Hope you enjoyed the stream.
We're in a trip.
And okay, I'll get one more from Nicholas, because I just saw Tim Tszyu. Do you think we will see a really confident Tim Tszyu next week, or are we still gonna see some mental hesitance from Bakram? I saw Tim in camp, and I'm picking Fundora, but I got Fundora all day to not being surprised if Tim Tszyu wins. I loved what I saw from Tim Tszyu in camp. Check out the full training video. He studied the Mendoza fight and added some of his movement, stepping around Fundora. Fundora got slow feet. It's just he doesn't have to cover ground with his feet. He covers ground with how tall he is. Could reach you. But I think Tszyu, he looked really good in sparring. I'm impressed and I admire that he somehow has his confidence and belief genuinely that he's going to win this fight, even after what happened with Bakram in the first fight with the cut. I came away going from, I think Tim Tszyu is going to get murked in this fight, to saying Fundora Tszyu is going to absolutely steal the show. Mark my words. Pacquiao Barrios will be fun. It'll be whatever it is, one way or the other. Fierro, I don't think is going to be able to duplicate what he did in the first fight with Pitbull, because I saw Fierro 5-6 weeks ago in LA, and he had a gut like this that he's going to have to work off in 6 or 7 weeks. I think that's going to diminish his performance. So I think Cruz handles Fierro in a rematch. It's not going to be what it was the first time. Pacquiao Barrios will be what it is. It'll probably be fun. But I think Tszyu and Fundora is about to be a fight of the year candidate. And I thought Fundora was going to smash Tszyu. I don't think that anymore. I think it's going to be a hellacious fight. And I wouldn't be surprised now if Tszyu wins. So, but that's it, man. You guys have the rest. Have a good one. Check back